You are watching the Vodka Stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? That sweet smell of Friday night. I don't know what it smells like. It smells like cinnamon and shame. What's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka Stream. We've made it through another week, and I tell you what, this was a fucking busy week for me, man. I tell you. Whew. Busy week for me. Like my seat's a little low. Shit. Hold on. There we go. Let's get a little higher, huh? There you go. Yeah. Get a little higher. That's my mantra. No, but what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka Stream. And yeah, we made it through another week, another day. Pretty intense day if you paying attention to my Twitter. There we go. You know what? Let's keep it that way. All right. Anyways, guys, let's get started here. Going with the getting a little Irish, aren't you? Yes. Let's do this. I figured, you know what? Let's do a little Jameson tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and pour myself a nice little pour of the good old Irish whiskey right here. And hopefully you guys got something too. Go ahead and put that right there. So cheers, everybody. Cheers to Friday. Good stuff. All right, let's see who's out there. Let's go from the top here. What's going on? Yeah, I would say today is going to be fun. There's a lot to talk about. There really is. No guest tonight. Didn't get a guest, mainly because I just didn't. I have like a total guest list that I have that I want to, I have a total list of like people I want to get on here, but I was just a busy week, didn't get to it. And then just with everything that happened this week, I thought, you know what, let's just, anybody shows up, let's have a conversation about this stuff. The Flash has eye lenses in his helmet. Yeah, that's right. He definitely does. All I want now is to see Reverse Flash yell, "It was me, Barry." Yeah. That'd be interesting if that does happen. Interesting title. Yeah, I figured we're going to be talking about Boba Fett. We'll talk about Rebel Moon, and we'll talk about the DC Heroes Sizzle Reel that came out today. So why not fit them all in the title? Hey, Mr. Brian Cowley. Thank you, sir, for becoming a new member. All right. Yes. And we got Junts. When are you, Garza, Scott, Steven, and Ben going to a live stream in either Vegas or a con, preferably Snyder Con? Also, will Garza wear a tank top and flex? Well, that's a lot to take in right there. I mean, I think there was always like an idea of doing a live vodka stream one of these times if we all got together. Preferably, of course, it would be Snyder Con. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it somewhere in Vegas. I don't know exactly where, some like shithole on Fremont Street, maybe. And if we do it, I can ask Garza if he wants to wear a tank top and flex. It's up to him, really. I mean, I'm not in charge of the Garza flexing tank top department of his life, so I don't know. But thank you, Tunes, for the $5 super chat. That's right. Stone Quarry, right? Moon Knight, yeah. Moon Knight. I said Moon Knight, Rebel Moon. What's going on, man? Mr. Hal Jordan, good to see you. It's good to be a DC fan. Yeah, it felt good today, didn't it? What's going on, Captain Gator Girl? I will be doing my best to summon surprise appearance of Zach for you. I make no promises. Yeah. You never know when that guy's going to show up, right? What's going on, Steph? How you doing? What's going on? Happy Friday. The DC hype is real. I need these movies now. I know. Well, we're getting one in less than a month. So at least there's that. What's going on, Abel? We got Mr. Fear Jason right here. We got Tony. How's it going, Tony? I'm doing pretty good. I'm glad it's Friday night. Glad the week is over. Thoughts on the Flash suit? Does that mean you didn't like it there, Sam? Huh? Finally Friday. Yes. The DC news. Great way to end a hectic week, I tell you. Yosh, what's going on, Mr. The Lost Woods? Hoy, Mr. Jason. How's it going? Hopefully you're having a good week and having a good Friday for you, sir. Always good to see you, Mr. McKenzie. Yes. Hi, Mama. Film Junkies here, guys. Say hi to Mama. Hi to Mama. Yeah. I'm back after a while. Yes, you are, Video Gameaholic. Good to see you, buddy. Alakzu, always good to see you, too. We got Mr. Nicotina right here. Good to see Andre. That's right. Oh, yeah, I'll talk about that. One's out of the box, one's still in the box. You know how that is. Certain reasons and everything like that. What about that Blood Axe fellow, huh? Yeah, that Blood Axe fella. Seems like he's gonna do a good job in that Moon Rebel movie, huh? Huh? What's going on, Mr. Powell? Always good to see you. I said, hey, so, let's ban Jose. Meg is here, of course. She wants to ban Jose already. Sorry, forgot to plug in my laptop as I usually do. Get in there before it dies. Get it in there before it dies. All right, here we go. Yeah, I already banning people. Yeah, what's going on, Mr. Gary? Just getting home from Papa Murphy's Pizza and Beer. Good for you. So you're feeling good. Pizza and beer. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I got Garza flexing. Jeez, man, didn't realize you liked all that kind of stuff, guys. Jeez. I wear a goddamn shirt with Garza's right written on SnyderCon 2.0. I had a feeling you would, Lane, but you got to put somewhere where I've also been right, like on the back, maybe. I don't know, something like that. Thick and Wolf, baby. What's going on, Ryan? Happy Friday, all the way from Arizona. So you're what, like maybe an hour in the future, or maybe not? I don't know. I know Arizona is like weird. What's going on? Hey, Trapezius. There you go. The murder in the room, in this room. The murder in this room. That's right. Scott saw Death in the Nile like I saw it. Death on the Nile, not in the Nile. On the Nile. Not inside the actual river, but yeah, he saw Death in the Nile. I saw it last night. Enjoyed it. I'll be curious if Scott joins us tonight. I'll be curious to get his thoughts about it. Give a little conversation. Just a little conversation about that. But I for the most part enjoyed it. I gave my little thoughts, and I thought it was very well made. That Kenneth Branagh, man, he knows how to make a good movie, and he plays a good character. He plays a good character. So Marvel shows on Netflix are leaving. Well, hopefully they end up on Hulu, which I'm pretty sure that's what's going to be the case. It's going to end up on Hulu, so that's where it's got to go. Did you see McFarlane's tweet? The DC Multiverse toys were the #1 sellers of all the toys. Bam! There you go. DC fans keep winning. We're trying to get back to it, guys. Cheers. I mean, we won last year. Let's face it. With the Snyder Cut, we won. We fucking won. I don't care what anybody says. We fucking won. So cheers to that. And we're starting to win this year a little bit too, right? I'm still, that's up to the big guy, That's up to the big guy. That's my height. That's up to Snyder. Like I said, I've told you guys, I'll go full frontal if he needs me to, yeah. I'll get in even better shape and, just get on that Jason Momoa diet and workout regimen. So what's going on, Jared? Good to see you. Good to see ya. Yeah, everybody good. See anybody else? All right. It's pretty much good with all the hellos out there. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. But yes, as you can see, I got some new Funko Pops because obviously I went to the movies yesterday and I stopped by Hot Topic because last time I was at Hot Topic, I got the Batman shirts, 2 Batman shirts, which are great. And then, but they had Funko Pops, but I think they only had a couple of Pops. And I was like, nah, I have to get just Batman first. I got to get Batman first. And then it was like one of those buy one, get one 30% off. So naturally I was like, all right, I'll get 2. But as you can see, one is in the box and one is out of the box. We got Mr. Gimp Riddler right here, of course. He's out of the box. And man, I tell you what, I love this little guy. I mean, it's just crazy to think that this is the Riddler. Man, Matt Reeves, you are a crazy person. I absolutely love it. I love the fact that he wears his glasses outside of the mask right here. And he's got, of course, the duct tape right there. Yeah, which is good. And then, of course, we got the Batman. But, obviously, there's some times where I don't take the Pops out of the box. Why? Because it's a Hot Topic exclusive. I mean, blame Meg, guys. If she's out there, blame her. That's why it's still in the box. But obviously she's the expert. She's the registered expert of Pops. She doesn't take any of them out of the box, you know. But when specifically there is a sticker that's an exclusive, that's where you really don't take it out of the box. But it's always the animated looking ones. Okay, he's got his fists up. He's got his fists up. His costume is all like scraped up and shit. Like there's little scrapey marks on it. So that's why I guess it's unique. It's unique to the other ones. There's actually there's a jumbo one of these too, but apparently there's also, you know, the regular one where he's got his fists up, but it's not all, his costume's not all scraped up or anything like that. Yeah, she even made me a diagram. She threatened me with a gun. She sent me a picture of her pointing a gun when I said, I can't take this out of the box, huh? And she was like, don't you dare. So if anybody wants to, you know, call the cops and tell them that Meg threatened me with a gun. But yeah, so it's staying in the box, just like the Batman 89 with his fists up. That's also an exclusive regular, like, I don't know if it's rare or anything. Same with the Nightwing. I got a couple of them that I've kept in the box. Pretty much the ones that are not as common, I guess I'll keep in the box, even though I desperately want to take them out of the box, you know, and put them with the other Batmen that I have, Batman pops. So, Dave, that was made cosplaying. It wasn't real. No, she threatened me. She threatened me. Okay. I don't care. So I don't care. I don't care, man. She threatened. So, you know, it's bad. So anyways, so there you go. So I got those two. I'll get the, next time I go, I'll probably get Catwoman and Penguin. I'll try to get all those pops, all the Batman pops that we can get. So that'd be cool. Do I read manga? No, I don't. I'm not really big on that. So not too big on that. But anyways, guys, yeah, today, like I said, tonight will be a full-on panel discussion and just, you know, just shoot the shit. We'll get a guest on next week. You know, it's not always going to be a guest on the Vox stream, but yeah, today was, I mean, this whole week been pretty crazy. We'll talk some Boba Fett finale because I know there are a lot of people talking about that and some interesting takes when it came to the Boba Fett finale. Obviously you guys heard my take on it on Wednesday's Film Junkee Live. You know, I, for the most part, enjoyed it, but there's some things where I was like, whew, eek. But that's pretty much been the whole season. It's just been, all right, I like what you did there, but what the fuck what was that? What's going on right there? What's going on? Well, what? Okay. And then, of course, we have Rebel Moon. We'll talk about Rebel Moon and, of course, the casting news, which is great. Obviously, we have Ray Fisher joining the the Rebel Moon cast, which is fantastic. So, I mean, we all pretty much wished it. I think Zach always had intentions on casting Ray because, you know, just everything that happened and stuff. And not just that, just because Ray is a fucking good actor, man. I mean, he was the heart of Justice League, and he definitely deserved it. He definitely deserves getting more recognition. I haven't watched Women of the Movement yet. I am going to reactivate my Hulu since I just canceled my YouTube TV, and I'm going to catch up on that because, you know, we got to support the man and what he's doing, because I have a feeling that sometimes people, you know, some of those lovely people in the fandom aren't really doing that, and they're more concerned about the cape shit than anything else. I really found that out today, guys. If you guys saw me on my, if you saw my Twitter, well, you know, sometimes I like to poke the bear. Okay, sometimes I'm just like, I try my darndest to try to avoid arguments and, you know, try to avoid the discourse and stuff like that. I mean, it's always going to be out there when it comes to these movies. And then it sucks that now, you know, it's in the Snyder fandom, there is a divide also, you know, and there's always that, hey, how's it going, Rhea? Good to see you. Yeah, do what she says, smash that like, thumbs up. But, you know, I usually try to hold back as much as possible. I try to not do, you know, but then, you know, when that sizzle reel that DC, you know, posted, and everything looked great in my opinion. I mean, all the shots looked great, and I thought it was a great balance. It was a fucking fantastic balance of like, hey, look what's coming out this year in DC films and whatever the fuck. You got the Batman, but we're not going to show that much because we've been showing you a shit ton in the past like couple of months. So we don't need to show that much. I don't think there was really too much new stuff in there. But then it was like, hey, but guess what? Black Adam, look at this. Here's the JSA right here. Yeah. So we got, here's Cyclone. Here's Atom Smasher. Here's Dr. Fate. And here's Pierce Brosnan. And here's, more shots of Black Adam. And then, of course, Hawkman, which, that all just was like, what? But then what really just kind of went, whoa, shit. They showed that shot of the Flash. Close-up shot, full on, lightning going through the suit, and he's about to just take off. He's getting in the pose and about ready to just take off. And I was going, okay, better. Because, when it came to the DC Phantom teaser that we got, the headgear looked a little wonky. The suit looked a little interesting in some shots where it was like, okay, it's not some, and I totally understood that. And we, I think when we talked about it on the Vodka stream and that happened, and we voiced our concerns when it came to all that stuff, which is funny because I think with some people it's either black or white. It's just like you're either for it or against it. You either got to trash it like crazy every day, or you're just a fucking shill and you're going to talk about this movie. You're going to promote it like crazy. It's just going to it'd be nonstop. You're just going to be a fucking shill. It's like, oh no, there very much is a middle ground. There's a lot in the middle. You can have concerns. I have concerns. I've talked about it. I'm just, all of us kind of have like, what is happening with this movie? What's going on with this movie? What's going on with the Flash? And I think we all have voiced our concerns on this very stream. I've said it on Film Junkie Live, but I love to see that anytime there's like some new footage, it's looking better. And that shot looked really good. In my opinion, I went, wow, look at that. I mean, the cowl, the helmet looked good. Like it looked good. And everything was just like about that shot looked pretty good to me. So I'm curious to see, when people show up, I'm getting their opinions on it. But so I just kind of went, I already, within minutes, it was funny too, because, obviously it was doing work. So I didn't catch, I think I would say it was like 6 or 7 minutes after the thing dropped. All of a sudden it was like, what the fuck just happened? Why am I seeing images of Black Adam and the Flash and Hawkman and Aquaman? What the hell? By the way, Aquaman looked good too. And then it was just like, oh shit. They just dropped the whole sizzle. Oh, this is what Dwayne Johnson was going to be dropping today. Sweet. Awesome. And then right off the bat, it was just, you just see the tweets of people just like thinking like it's the Flash. I mean, they just immediately go to the Flash. Just anything that's going to be Flash related, they're immediately just going to screenshot, do something, and just trash it right away. Just right away. Say it's the worst thing ever. It's worse than CW. It's the worst costume ever made. Oh my God. So I was like, oh geez. And then when I saw people posting like the HD images of it, I went, you know what? I dig this, and I get there's going to be that usual discourse, but fuck it, just save it. Just don't even. And then of course, that of course poked the bear, which I knew it would. I was feeling frisky today. Had a busy week. I was like, it's Friday. It's fucking Friday. Cheers. But it was fun because usually when I feel frisky, I'll engage. And I did engage on some of the people, most of the people. And it very much, what it does, it just proves a point that, and I remember like one particular gentleman said, why can't I equally support Zach and Ray for Rebel Moon as I do Restore the Snyderverse? And I went, well, I'm not saying to just drop, to like walk away from Restore the Snyderverse. No, keep on tweeting it, keep on talking about it, keep on doing it. You never know what's going to happen. Okay. But it's not the same situation as Release the Snyder Cut. Okay. And I think some of these people think it is the exact same situation. It's not. It's not trying to get a movie out that is 70% done and just trying to get that movie out where it's just, oh yeah, you need to finish it and then release it and boom, there it is. This is quite a bit different. This is, getting people back together. This is doing sequels to all this stuff. This is getting people who are already doing other things. This is a crazy studio that is about to have a merger, and somebody's about to come in there and clean some house. There's going to take a lot of moving parts for this. It's not the same situation. I think some of these guys think it's the exact same situation. It's weird. So that's why I'm like, well, I could support that, but I'm going to put a lot more energy towards what Zach is doing over here on Netflix, which we've talked about. What now Ray is a part of that. Ray is now getting more work. He's probably going to be part of this universe, probably be part of a trilogy, possibly spinoffs, whatever the fuck's his goddamn name in the movie is called Blood Axe. He's going to be a badass. Okay. We're going to see a badass Ray Fisher, man, swinging an axe. I don't know. I think it's going to be awesome. So I think it's going to show like a different side of Ray. And I'm like, you know what? I want to hype that up just a little bit more. Now, obviously, when I say that, people are like, oh yeah, see, yeah, you're turning your back. You're turning your back. I'm like, no, I'm not turning my back on the whole Restore the Snyderverse thing. I'm like, do it. Do whatever you want. I actually would wish that there would be more focus on release the Ayer cut. How close are we getting to that? Something's going to happen on Monday, guys. If you saw the tweet, did you see the tweet? Okay, go to release the Ayer cut account on Twitter. They posted a little tease twice. There's going to be a big campaign for release the Ayer cut, and apparently they might have something that they're going to show us that was probably given to them from the man in charge, the guy who made the movie. What? So I'm just saying, let's put the focus on that stuff. Let's put the focus on some energy on supporting Zach, supporting Ray over here. It was kind of interesting to talk with some of these guys, because obviously I got called, all kinds of names, shill, sellout, or I made my name through release the Snyder cut, clout chase, all the usual stuff, it's just like, it's all the usual stuff. And, it's funny more than anything, but it's just, it can be hilarious when like some of these, I'm like, what do you guys want? I just want to know, like, what's the end game here? Yeah. I mean, I had one guy said that nothing's going to change. Dave Zaslav's going to keep the same people off and nothing's going to change, but hashtag restore the Snyderverse. I'm like, okay, well, if nothing's going to change, why the fuck are we campaigning for Restore the Snyderverse? Can you explain that to me, please? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the logic there. And then, of course, it's like boycott Warner Brothers, fuck Warner Brothers, boycott them. But yet they're begging for them to restore the Snyderverse. I'm trying to figure all of this out. That's all. It's just, I look at Restore the Snyderverse as a message. Definitely. It's definitely a message. It's definitely the message to put out there to have Warner Brothers and all them remember that, hey, guess what? You guys fucked up when it came to what you guys did. You fucked up. I always like that. So by all means, and I'll retweet it too. Like when the time comes, or if there's going to be like, if it's trending, or there's certain things that are happening, certain things get released. If Zach releases something about it, 100%. Hashtag restore the Snyderverse. I'll do that. I will put it out there. I'll whatever, but I'm not going to fucking do it every goddamn day, every single tweet. Just like, and like I said, some of it to me, it just doesn't make sense. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's the mindset here, but apparently like it's like, why can't you equally support both? And I'm going, you're not equally supporting both. You're tweeting about Restore the Snyderverse 24/7 on Twitter, and then, barely even tweeting about Rebel Moon or something like that, or anything like that. It's like, yeah, you're doing that a little bit, but other than that, you're not equally doing it. It's like, you can't really, I don't know if you like equally do it. I don't know. Maybe there is a balance you can, but it's just kind of funny. But all I know is after this week and hearing that Ray Fisher is going to be part of Rebel Moon. Cheers to that guy, man. Cheers to that guy. A lot of people were saying that he's killed his career. He's ruined his career with what he did, taking a stance against what he believed in. And you got to respect the man for that. I know a lot of people still always want to say like he was fired. It's like, no, not fired. He just stood his ground, which I think is better. That's better. It's better than Warner Brothers, than the whole narrative of like Warner Brothers fired him. No. I've told you guys many times, the Muschiettis, they wanted him in there. They wanted him in there. They were talking with him. He even said it himself, but he stood his ground because he didn't want to work with Hamada in that regime. So we can only hope. I mean, if something were to happen, when it comes to after the merger and stuff like that. I mean, I know there's always that wishful thinking of like, well, maybe they could do like a quick little additional photography and just, get Ray right in there. But I would love that. I think all of us would love that. But I mean, that could be fairly difficult because let's face it, his character is very heavily CGI. So that does take a while to do some stuff. So it'd have to be really short. But what can you do? Can I what? I'm a bit quiet. Am I a bit quiet? Turn it up a little bit, huh? I don't know. Let me know if my audio is good. Hamada wanted him in the Flash himself. Hamada, I don't know if Hamada wanted him in the Flash. I don't know about that, but yeah, Harmada, yeah. Audio, okay. Audio's good. Okay, we're good. Okay, so. No, I mean, like, when it comes to all that, I mean, it's just, it was an interesting day. Like I said, I try to avoid the discourse as much as possible, but, sometimes I just feel a little frisky. So I just decided to do that. And of course, it always reaches that side. You always know when you could easily poke that side of the fandom right there. It's very easy to do that. It's really whatever. So it's fine. It's what can you do, man? I don't look at it like at one point I did get upset with somebody because this one person decided that they wanted to post spoilers for the Batman just to be a dick, and they were calling me a dick for what I stood for or whatever the fuck. I don't know. It was just kind of funny. I'm like, what the hell, dude? You posted spoiler screenshots. It was very easy to avoid, though, because it was just like, descriptions. It wasn't like pictures or anything like that. But I was like, wow, it's gotten to the point where some of these guys will just post. They just want to post stuff to spoil some of these movies. And by the way, The Batman, a movie that Zack Snyder's excited to see. So, Snyder fans. I don't know. I don't get it sometimes. But what can you do, man? What can you do? Did I post the right one? Ah, crap. I did post another one. Wrong one. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. I was posting my link. And I always post because I always leave my tabs open. Sorry. I always do that. Why do I always do that? Nope. Here, let me do that again. So that's what happens. You got to close out your tabs, guys. You got to close out your tabs. Close out your tabs. I tend to do that a lot. Yeah, it's what I do. It's what I do best. Is send wrong links. That's what I do. What can you do? But yeah. So, anyways, guys, it's whatever. It's whatever. I didn't get my feelings hurt. It's just kind of funny when you kind of just see how some of the mindset of some of this stuff. Join the stream. All right, here we go. All right, let's get somebody in here. Let me sure that I got my stuff here. All right, here we go. Scott! How's it going, sir?
What kind of crackerjack operation are you running here? Sending the wrong links in the DMs. I mean, seriously, what's going on here?
You know me. I always end up doing that because I don't close my tabs. So I have like.
Is that a euphemism, by the way? You don't close your tabs. Is that something?
It does sound like it should be, huh?
It does. It really does. And with you, anything can be a euphemism.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So, how's it going, sir? I gotta ask you. What'd you think? What'd you think of the movie?
I enjoyed it, not as much as Orient Express.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
it got a bit melodramatic for me at times. But once again, it's a style, so I'm not
Yeah.
holding that against it. I will say this, and I saw someone else on Twitter comment on this while I was waiting. It does. I mean, the murder doesn't happen until like an hour in the movie. It took way too long for the
It
murder to
does.
happen.
It's a slow burn. The thing I appreciated about the slow burn was you get a little bit of the backstory with Perot. How do you say his name? Perot.
Poirot.
Perot. Okay.
Poirot.
Well, you get a little.
It's not Ross Perot.
Yeah.
Poirot.
Perot. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
The detective.
Hercule Poirot. Yes, that's.
It's French, right? Or is it French?
Belgian?
Right? Oh, Belgian. Sorry, there it is. Sorry. No, but you get a little backstory, which I thought, okay, that's cool.
That was cool. That was
Yes.
cool. I appreciated that.
But it does take a little bit to get there. Yeah.
It does. And so I was just like, I literally at one point when the murder finally happened, I literally grabbed my phone and went, yeah, it's been about an hour. Okay. Like I actually checked. I clocked it. I was like, this is a 2-hour, 7-minute movie, and it takes literally to the halfway mark for someone to get killed.
Yeah, there's a lot of build up. There's a little bit of a build up, and I don't know if that helps it or works against it a little bit, because I mean, well, no spoilers here. We won't say any spoilers.
It's a murder mystery. That's like the worst thing. It's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, but you kind of go, I kind of maybe see where this, I kind of guessed a little bit. I was like, well, maybe, and so, but I didn't fully. It's still kind of cool to see everything unravel. And then of course, when other things happen, other little twists happens, I was like, all right, that's cool. For the most part, it's enjoyable.
You know what? It was for me. It was a date night. I can't tell you the last time my wife and I went on a date night. And we went to the nice dine-in theater. So they have a bar. So we got there like an hour before the movie. Had some drinks at the bar. Then had our food delivered to our seat. So it was, and we had a babysitter. So for us, it was like the movie was enjoyable, and it's all I needed to have a nice night out. That's really all good. I needed.
That's what you need right there. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with a nice little whodunit kind of murder mystery. Those are always fun, because I even said in my first reaction, I think what even if it could be a little subpar, if it's not like something super crazy, it's still fun, because you're trying to figure out with the detective, I guess you could say. And
exactly.
Kenneth Branagh, he plays a good, it's a good character that he plays, and the fact that he's also directing it too. There's a lot of green screen.
Yeah. That bugged me a little bit. I was just like, you weren't in Egypt. There's
no beautiful sceneries, but then like when you're seeing people in front of it, you're kind of going, yeah, you're not really there.
Yeah. So, like I said, and this was just like the tease for me getting ready for like my 3 showings of the Batman that I already have. God,
that's right. You have 3 different showings for this movie.
Oh yeah, I've got the 2 because I am a pro at this, and I know how to work the magic. So I was literally, for all my 3 showings of the Batman, I was the first ticket sold to all of them.
Oh wow.
I had my pick. So I'm going to the Tuesday night IMAX fan screening, and I'm taking my dad to that one. Then Friday night, since I got the Tuesday night, I don't have to worry about being there for the crazy Thursday night crowd. So then Friday night on the 4th, Heather and I are going to go see it at the non-IMAX, because once again, she'll want to go to the dine-in theater,
No, yeah, you got to have that experience. Yeah.
Right. Well, she does,
Yeah, for sure.
I'll take the crappy seats with the IMAX screen. And she's like, no, I want the leather seats that recline.
She wants wine and dined kind of.
Exactly. And I get it. And then I got a ticket to go back on Saturday night at like 10 at night to go back to the IMAX again. So like, if I can get one more screening in, I will have tied my previous theatrical record for how many times I saw a movie in the theater, and I will have done it in less time than the last time.
Nice. What was that movie?
Beyond the Sea.
Ah, okay. And how many, you saw it 4 times? I take
4 times. 4 times between 2 weekends. I saw it 4 times.
Nice. Yeah. I remember we were talking about the screenings, and I thought they were all in LA, and I was like, I'm not gonna go in LA. Like if it's gonna be at like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, that's just a pain in the ass. I'll have to leave like super early. It's just always a pain in the ass. But then all of a sudden, when I like oh, look at that beautiful poster. Is that from Little Caesars?
It is from Little Caesars.
Nice. I gotta. I know.
And the best part is that it was when I got my third Batman calzone. The first two I got, they're good.
Oh, they're good. They're delicious.
They're delicious.
Freaking delicious. I don't care what anybody says. They're delicious.
No, not at all. Because the first two I got DoorDashed, and I didn't get posters. But the last time I went, it was Tuesday. I swung by the actual location, and then they gave me 2 posters.
Oh, so look at that. See, I need because when I went, like it was like 2 weekends ago. Well, first off, it was a Saturday night. It was pretty busy. I did the whole app thing, and I thought we timed it just perfectly to show up like right when they're like, oh yeah, it should be in the little pizza portal thing that they put it in. It was like another half an hour before it was said it was supposed to be done. And I'm like, geez. So I didn't even think about asking for posters. So I think if I'm going to order one of those again, I'm going to have to like try to get some of those posters because those are some beautiful posters. But yeah, I got my tickets for me, my brother, and my nephew. We're all looking forward to it. And man, when that happened and I looked on the website again, all of a sudden I was scrolling down. I'm like, it's just all in LA. And then all of a sudden I look and I'm like, wait a minute. It's not just Los Angeles. It's like Southern California, all the AMCs, even the one right over. I was like, holy shit. So bam. And luckily when I opened it up, there was only like 3 seats that were already taken. So I got nice little sweet spot right in the middle, right on the top part, right in the front row, just perfect. And then, yeah, when I looked like an hour later or so, you saw that screenshot.
You saw my screenshot.
Dude,
they're gone.
Thing, I mean, holy shit. I mean, I was just glad I didn't have any trouble checking out or doing anything like that on Fandango because, man, when it came to Spider-Man No Way Home, though that fucking screening went like it took me like an hour and a half to get tickets to that. So, and we're going to bring in Mr. Krypton Cage. And gee, what's going on, sir?
Krypton.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Respect to this man's Rebel Moon poster he mocked up. Did you see this, Dave?
Oh yeah, the Western one, one.
Yes.
Yes. No, that looked really good. Now, would leave it to him to always like spiffy something up, man. I tell you, you need to get hired by these guys. And don't worry, Mom. Like I plan on, I'll see it again. Don't worry. But Mom, I mean, you're gonna have some explaining to do because, especially if Meg's in here, my mom texted me the other day. Robert Pattinson is going to be the first ugly Bruce Wayne. She said, she said that. So, yeah, she said like, yeah, she doesn't really find Robert Pattinson that attractive. I'm just saying. So, Meg, if you're in here, you have to school my mom on that. I'm putting you on blast, Mom.
you know your mom. Your mom's just going there for the Andy Circus. She's there for the Alpha. She's there for Alpha.
She wants to do some Andy Circus right there. Possibly but Mom, if you want to go see it like another day, yeah, for sure.
It's not like we're going to stop wanting to watch this movie.
No,
right?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to watch it right after again. But when it came to this fan screening, man, I tell you what, I mean, she's just kidding. She's just she's just busting my chaps. But, it was just like immediately when that I was like, oh, shit. And I just went 3 tickets, bam, because I knew my brother and my nephew wanted to really see it. So, yeah, see, you're hurting people's feelings, Mom. I'm just kidding.
That's what moms do.
Yeah, I know. She does. Hey, you know what? Right. I can understand it. She doesn't find him, that attractive. That's fine. I mean, she's a Henry Cavill lady, of course. We know that she loves Henry Cavill. Who she always liked as an actor, Bruce Boxleitner. You know what I'm talking about in Tron, Scarecrow, Mrs. King. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was also in that space. But I always remember she always liked that guy. Growing up, she was always like that. I can't remember how to say his last name. Bruce Box something. See, all right. See, there you go. Meg just says we need a chat. So, yeah, but yeah, you mean Tron? Yeah, Tron. Yeah, Boxleitner. There you go, Boxleitner. Yeah, Scarecrow. I remember Scarecrow, Miss King was on on the TV a lot when it came to that. So, See, but anyways, Box Lightyear. I like that, Steve-O. No, but yeah. So, but anyways, I just thought I'd put that out there. But I think Meg will coach her up a little bit, try to give her the why that man is attractive in her eyes. I mean, this is going back to the Twilight stuff when it comes to
it always goes back to Twilight.
It always goes back to the Twilight
Yeah,
stuff.
So, Casey, when are you going to get to see the movie?
I don't know. Are you talking about the Batman or?
Of course, I'm talking about the Batman.
Okay.
No,
Cracker Jack operation do you think we're running here? Like the guy who
thought
sins
Death in
bad links.
Denial.
I mean,
Because I'm also interested in that. Death
I
in
would
Denial.
be
But
interested in your thoughts on that. Actually, have you seen Murder on the Orient Express?
of course, I love that movie.
Okay.
Yeah. So you probably enjoyed the sequel. I mean, I think Scott and I agree that it's not as good, but it's it's decent. It's good. It's a little predictable. Takes a little bit to get going, and maybe even some of the characters were like, it's just like, okay, you're here, you're okay. Damn, there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people, and a lot of people are chewing the scenery.
Yeah,
so.
Very much, very much. No, but when are you gonna be able to see the Batman?
I think opening day on 3rd.
Cool.
Yeah. We don't get to see it on first here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's just is it a states thing? It's just the states, right?
It's just the
Yeah, I
states
guess it's
thing.
only for you guys.
Yeah, because I know like people in Canada were like, "What the hell?" It's like, sorry, sorry. Didn't It's just that does. I mean, it's all the AMC's. Do they have AMC theaters where you're at? They're probably all over, right? Or no?
No, we don't have that.
Okay.
We have INOX, we have IMAX, and there's one called PVR.
PVR. Okay. So yeah, they're not like worldwide. I always wondered about that. Like when it comes to these theater chains, it's like how international they are or something like that. But I would assume that they're probably not that much. But well, at least you can see it opening day. I'll be sure to spoil it for you.
Should I see it though? Because we're not supposed to see the new DC movies.
Oh, shut up.
Don't.
Oh, you.
Don't.
We'll wait for a while, I guess.
Well, I mean, I was talking about, I mean, I had a little fun today, which every now and then happens. You poke the bear a little bit, and then it's just like, all right. And then it's funny too, because when it gets really intense, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I shouldn't have done this. I always go, damn it. But then it's fascinating though when you talk to people in the way, that certain part, that loud part, I almost engage just to be like, all right, I just want to figure out what your end game is. Like, what exactly are we doing? I mean,
trying to apply logic.
I know,
Dave.
but it's almost like a study. I guess I just get fascinated. I just want to hear what the reasoning is when it comes to all this. And I know it never gets anywhere because, like I said, when there was one person I was going back and forth with, and they kept saying, well, why can't I equally support both? And I'm like, well, you're not equally supporting both. Rebel Moon, and then of course this, and then I'm like, and then it just went to just name calling and chill, you're a shill, and all that stuff. So what can you do?
Well, can we talk about the fact about like the little stealth tweet that Hulkenberg threw in there like this afternoon?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, really, Tom? Really?
Yeah. There's a possibility that I'm thinking that you're gonna. I'm thinking that. I'm thinking that we're going to get another pretty awesome soundtrack here when it comes to Rebel Moon, another Zack Snyder, Junkie XL collaboration.
I cannot wait to hear what
Can you imagine?
XL will do with like an epic sci-fi soundtrack. I am so ready for that. You know what? I will be really interested. Here's the thing that I want to know. Like, is he going to go more towards like his electronic, sort of synthesizer, almost like his club music kind of beats, or are we going to get symphonic? We're going to get a nice little blend because he's, like I've said before, he has really diversified in like the last 5 years. And
he's come along.
He does everything.
Yes.
He did the Scoob movie.
He did the Scoob movie.
did.
He did.
The recent Scoob
He
movie.
did Sonic the Hedgehog.
He did Sonic. Yeah.
I mean, he's doing movies that I go, oh crap, you did that. I mean, I didn't even bother watching the 355, but he did the 355. And but I'm just ready for another nice vinyl because I've got Zack Snyder's Justice League. I've got Army of the Dead over here, and it's like, give me sci-fi epic Seven Samurai goodness. I'm just kind of.
It's funny too because I mean this is why Zach and him are such a good mix. It's because Zach's a little rock and roll. He's a little like, let's get some of that guitar in there. I mean, when you listen to you listen to that Justice League soundtrack, I mean, it's very epic. I mean, the main theme is just like it's heroic. You feel that inspiration. It's big. It's epic. But then you have like a riff for Batman that wah, wah, and then all of a sudden you get that flash riff with the guitar just ding, 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 and it's just he just uses everything to his disposal. So I'm sure it's going to probably be just another blend of all of that, but maybe a little bit more. I mean, obviously we're talking about a sci-fi Seven Samurai thing here. I mean, even just looking at this art right here, I mean, you could tell like the way that some of these costumes are going to be dressed right here. You got this. I mean, look at the hat right here. You can see.
Like that just looks like Magnificent Seven going on.
Yeah.
Right there.
So it's like, I mean, there's going to be some form of like, maybe old Westerny vibe too, with it. I don't know. I think whatever he's going to cook up is going to be something crazy. Look at this shot right here. My God.
Oh, this is just the death.
My favorite one.
Yeah,
dude.
That's got Empire / Nazis / death squads. I mean, that's.
I see this scene as that slow motion Zack Snyder storytelling scene.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're like maybe there's some narration going over it or something like that, and then it's all slow motion. It's just like, and you have that score or whatever behind it, and then it's just like, oh man. I mean, geez, you got these statues behind there, and then like, look at how many. I mean, there's like, he's like, you know what? Star Wars had 3 sons. I'm or 2 sons. I'm gonna have 3. Something like that, or maybe it's just a moon or something like that. But it's But then you got these guys right here.
That's a space station.
Yes. So it's kind of interesting too because you got these guys right here all wearing those masks and everything, but then of course you have the general guy that's just like, whatever. So that's kind of curious. I'm wondering, like, is this a different species of something right here? I'm guessing maybe. I don't know. That's gonna be interesting. Then you got this shot right here. Snow. We're gonna get all kinds of freaking climate in this damn thing, man.
And look at that thing in the back.
Dog.
Yeah.
You got the dog and I hate the fact that no one can see me pointing at the screen, but it's like you got that sort of crack thing. It almost reminds me of like Krypton's explode, like Wegmar and in Man of Steel. There's like you got like the cracked satellite in the sky. I'm just like, that looks pretty.
Yeah,
that looks very pretty. I know. You almost think, is this like a flashback scene? Is this Sophie Patel's character right here?
I don't know.
And this looks like it's that same general dude that we saw in the previous. I think this might be the same dude. I don't know. But I think this might be some kind of flashback thing or something bad's happening because you got this up here and then I don't know. And then this dog is like running away, hopefully the dog makes it, we always hate that when, in movies, always save the dog. But it's like, I don't know. I think this might be some kind of flashback thing for Sophie Patel's character, to be honest. Thoughts?
I'm just looking at that cast going, damn.
Exactly. Right? Charlie Hunnam, finally.
Will it be?
Will it be? That you know what? The only part of me that got annoyed that day was people tweeting it almost like they thought, oh, I'm going to be clever and tweet this one. It's like, no, please do it ironically because everyone else is tweeting it. Please don't tweet it in a way that you think you're being like funny or clever in doing it.
You mean like
But it is pretty. I mean, that was like everybody's first thought, which is funny.
Yeah.
And
because you had to be there. You had to be there when that happened.
Yeah. You really had to be there. And it was like, and I remember that one guy, Craig, he made that song, which I played on Junkee Live because it's just like, it was he did a parody of, Let It Be for from the Beatles, and it's just Charlie Hunnam, will it be, it was pretty hilarious. But it was, you really had to be there if you I'm sure there's some people who are like, what the fuck is everybody talking about, what's this Charlie Hunnam thing, like,
oh god, that just that day, I think it was a Saturday,
probably.
There's that period from 2020 to 2021 that is kind of this crazy blur.
It really, there was a lot of things that were going on, and then it was just funny because obviously Zach responded to that. He's just
he did.
He's like, bro, stop! He was spamming his goddamn comments, man. When it came to all that, man, it was like, it was pretty ridiculous. I mean, hey, I like the guy's enthusiasm. I mean, when it comes to Oliver, that was my top choice to play him, but my God, I'm not going to hound Zack Snyder.
I mean, this kind of seals it that he would play Oliver if he gets to the second part, right?
Yeah, I mean, if there was ever going to be, it was funny too, because I think I don't know, a long time ago, I thought, man, wouldn't it be crazy if there was like a scene, and it's not like there has to be like an arrow that shows up or anything like that, but what if there was, and I remember I don't know if I talked about it on a video, it was a while ago or something, or maybe I just talked about it with people where it's like, what if there was a scene where like, it had to do with Bruce Wayne, and he was, he shows up to work and, hey, Wayne, Mr. Wayne, your 2:00 is here in the conference room, and he opens it up and you just see somebody's, with their back turned, and then turns around, and I'm like, what if it was like Charlie Hunnam and it's fucking, it's Oliver Queen? I mean, it's like, what if it was that? And they just kind of talked a little bit, and that was it. Just set the fucking foundation. Doesn't need to happen. Yeah,
but I also want like Nightmare. I would want like Nightmare Green Arrow, so that I could have the one-armed Oliver from like Dark Knight Returns.
Oh yeah, and for a fact that Zach would totally be like, oh yeah, we're totally getting that Dark Knight Returns version.
Exactly. Of course.
There's no way that he would pass that up. But
it's also cool that Zach got him before WB cast him as Green Arrow.
Yes.
So
right.
It would kind of be like his first casting.
Well, that, and then he gets Digimon Hansu, which is fabulous. I mean, the guy was just literally in like Aquaman and Shazam.
That he shows up everywhere, and you just gotta go, hey, it's that guy. I mean, sometimes you just don't. What was his name again? You have to look it up. I mean, but you always. I mean, he's been in so many movies.
He was in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Who?
And of course, I remember his debut in Amistad.
That's right. He was in that.
Oh, that was a fabulous. Oh, sorry, Casey. That was a movie that you probably haven't seen. Steven Spielberg directed it.
Have you seen it? No, of course not. Yeah, we figured. This came out in the 90s. It was the 90s, so
it was a really good movie, though. It's legit. It is.
I remember watching that in history. I watched that in history class. I remember.
Yeah.
That was a viewing for like history class. Like that's how good that movie was. It made the rounds in my school when it came to history class.
Yeah, so he was in it, and then there was that I think it was is it Donna Bay?
Duna Bay or Duna Bay?
Yeah. I did not know her name, so I did a quick Wikipedia search, and I just went, I have about 3 or 4 shows on Netflix that I need to now put in my queue because she was in like Sense8 and Silent Sea, and
you have to watch Silent Sea first.
Chris Wong was talking about that, so I was like, awesome. That's gotta get on my queue.
Yeah, definitely me too. But she was in the movie The Host, which is Boon John. What I can never say his. How do you say it? Boon John Joe
Bong Joon-ho.
Bong Joon-ho. There you go. Not Boon. Bong Joon. Yeah, that movie, which obviously if you know who that is, Parasite. You directed Parasite. And so I remember after Parasite, which I enjoyed big time, I went back and watched The Host, and I was like, oh, okay, because I was like, I don't know who that is. And then I was like, okay, she was in that. And she's been in, when you look at her IMDb, I mean, she's been in a lot of Wachowski stuff.
Yeah, she was in Cloud Atlas, which
and Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah, because I never saw Jupiter Ascending, and I only saw Cloud Atlas once. So
Yeah,
I
I
thought
mean,
Cloud Atlas was awesome.
I was not.
They made like 6 stories in one movie.
It did not connect with me, and I've been wondering if I need to go back and give it like
maybe
a second chance, because it just, when I saw it in the theater, it did not click with me at the time.
Yeah. I would say
I think the
go back.
execution could have been better, because they're trying something that was, I think, something out of their wheelhouse. They're literally putting 6 stories in one movie, and I liked how they connected with each other, but still it was kind of like, obviously it would be difficult to manage that because it was also very super long, and
it's like 3 hours and 3.5, 3 hours and 40, something like that.
I think 3.5.
It kind of reminded me of, like, in a way, I wouldn't say like it's like fully like that, but The Fountain, and how that was like 3 different stories that were intertwined with each other.
Yeah, the only difference with Fountain is that was like an hour and a half. Like, that's
exactly. That's the thing. It's more simplified. It was easier to follow because it's 2 people essentially. It's this crazy love story, and it's basically like almost like a past, present, future kind of thing. But Cloud Atlas is like tries to just go way beyond that, and it could be really confusing. And then when it came to Jupiter Ascending, you don't really need to see that.
Okay, I've never felt compelled to.
No,
so.
it's you know what I mean, like the story, the fantasy sci-fi story that they were trying to attempt was cool, but the execution was not. Channing Tatum. You know what? I always like Channing Tatum. I never think like, Channing Tatum, he's got, he's that guy. Cool. He's a good looking dude. He could play that leading man type. Sure. But, of course they put these crazy little, pointy ears on him. And he's got these like hover shoes that were cool, I thought. But then he had Mila Kunis, and I went, she's supposed to be like, she's working as a cleaning lady, and then she gets wrapped up in this whole crazy world that's outside Earth, and it just kind of didn't work. And then when it came to Eddie Redmayne, don't even get me started on his.
I have heard. It is the reputation precedes itself,
dude. I mean, that guy. I don't know if it was just him and the Wachowskis that were just going, all right, how are we going to play this? Because Eddie Redmayne's a good actor. I mean, he is a good actor. I mean, when you see like when he
Theory of Everything,
that was fantastic. I mean, but he was just trying to do something with his voice and his mannerisms that just were like, what the fuck, dude?
Quick tangent, because you mentioned Channing Tatum. I finally saw the right before Death on the Nile. I finally saw the trailer for Lost City. With him and Sandra Bullock. Okay, call me crazy, and I said this like twice to Heather when I was watching trailers. Like, this is Romancing the Stone. Mm-hmm. Am I crazy? This is Romancing the Stone.
It's totally, I think it's trying to go for like a parody of that or something like that, where it's like, obviously it's not supposed to be real. And then he's just like, she's writing the books and he's like the guy on the cover and everything. And then they actually go and do something like that. But it definitely has Romancing the Stone vibes.
It's like Sandra Bullock is Kathleen Turner's character.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. And then all of a sudden Brad Pitt shows up and you're like, what the fuck's happening in this movie, in this trailer? Like,
there was just entire scenes that were just like, now I just want to go watch Romancing the Stone again, because I think the last time I watched it was 1997.
Oh yeah, it's been a while for me. Like, I'm trying.
No, fun part, great story with that though. Guess where I was when I was watching it? I was in Cartagena.
Oh wow! So you were like in the setting.
I was in the setting watching the movie, and it's so funny because like you get to the end of the movie when they're like in Cartagena, and I'm literally looking out the window going, oh, "Okay, they right there. You mean like you shot that like right there because I could see the scenery outside my window. It was crazy."
That is pretty crazy. I mean, like, especially when and Jade, I'm guessing you haven't seen Romancing the Stone.
Why, Dave? Why?
I don't know. Oh, I know. I know.
That is like we need. There has to be a drop, Dave.
I know, right?
That just encapsulates the idea of course he hasn't seen it. It just where's your steno pad? Casey. Like, we're giving you gold here. This is called the list, and these are things you should be writing down. I'm just saying.
Yeah, just write down. They're good movies. I mean, there was like Michael Douglas was a powerhouse. So was Kathleen Turner. Man, God, how gorgeous was she?
Oh, she was
in her prime.
back in that day. Yes, and Michael Douglas just could not give two shits. Like, he was just like he was that great rapscallion kind of character.
Oh yeah, there was like a point in like the mid to late 80s. You had your Crocodile Dundees, your Romancing Stones, where it's a romantic comedy adventure type, but for like the first like half of the movie, the two characters just absolutely hate each other.
Yes.
They hate each other, and then all of a sudden, of course, at the end, by the time at the end, they live happily ever after. But yeah, there was like that. That was just like that kind of genre that happened in
Star Wars.
Star Wars a little bit. With Han and Leia. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, definitely. Yeah. So I mean, I like that genre. I could deal for that genre to have a comeback.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Meg Ryan and what was that movie with Meg Ryan about the email?
You've Got Mail.
You've Got Mail, yeah. Even in that, they were always fighting, but then
it's like that. But I would say when it comes to Hanks and Ryan, Sleepless in Seattle, better movie.
Oh, that's a better movie.
Yeah.
Well, because You've Got Mail was a remake anyway of The Shop Around the Corner. So
yeah, that's right. They try to update it.
They try to update it, yeah.
Which is funny because when you go back and watch that now, you're like, holy shit! Remember when you had AOL and you had that You've Got Mail? Like, oh my god. Now it's like now everybody has email and everybody looks at their like notifications. I'm like, yeah, I got 1136 that I haven't read yet. Well, I'm not going to clean that out. You know how that is. Jeez, that stuff and you have like a spam mail. You have so much. Good Lord.
Now you just got me thinking about romantic, because Valentine's Day is on Monday. So now I'm just thinking about all the rom-coms that Amanda Reviews she's been talking about rom-coms so much lately, and it just reminds me of like that was a genre that I delved in. Like I unashamedly enjoy a good romantic comedy.
Yeah,
and there was a period there like in the late 90s, early 2000s where like I was in my heyday of like, there was Someone Like You with Ashley Judd, Hugh Jackman, and Greg Kinnear. There was Kate Leopold with Meg Ryan and Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman went through a phase there where like,
I mean, he got his stardom with Wolverine, but then he went and was like, hey, he's romantic leading dude here. Look at him go. Yes, he's shirtless right here. Look at the hair on his chest, kind of thing. And it's like, and of course, he was dreaming for that, so it was perfect. Yeah,
he's still dreaming. Yeah. What are you talking about?
Right.
Yeah, it's Reminiscence.
Yeah. Oh, geez, let's not talk about that one.
Something went wrong there because
something went wrong there.
It
had the potential.
Stuff was there, and it's like,
ooh, Carrie, you just brought up a good one. Hitch was a good romantic comedy.
Hitch was a good one.
I really enjoyed that one. Crazy Stupid Love was one of my favorites.
Crazy Stupid Love is fabulous.
Jeez.
Oh,
I mean, if you don't fall in love with Emma Stone in that movie, Jesus Christ.
And I did. Which one? And Julianne Moore.
Oh yeah. And even what's her name? Marissa Tomei, even though she's a little crazy, she's cute though. She's so adorable.
It's Marissa Tomei.
It's Marissa
Tomei. I've been there since my cousin Vinny. Okay.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I mean, she's always just you just see her and just go, But yeah, there was like, do you remember this one movie, Scott? Because I don't think Jude's gonna. It was a 90s movie. Nicolas Cage, Bridget Fonda. This Could Happen to You, where Nicolas Cage,
the lotto ticket.
Yes. He buys the lotto ticket, but he doesn't have enough money to buy it, and he goes, "Hey, if I win, I'll split this with you." And he ends up winning. So then there's this whole thing, and he's married to Rosie Perez, by the way. And it's like, yeah, I can understand why he would want to go for the Bridget Fonda as opposed to Rosie Perez, because Bridget Fonda in her heyday, holy Lord, man.
Yeah. Oh no, I've gone down the rabbit hole of old Soul Train videos, and she was a Soul Train dancer.
Oh yeah, she was a producer in Living Color, and she would show up at the end sometimes when they do their little dancing thing at the end of the show. Yeah, she was a producer in Living Color. Yeah.
There was also a period there. There were a couple of movies that came out within the same year, and I love them because they introduced me to Michael Bublé, who I absolutely adore. Because you got 2 weeks' notice.
Yes, with Hugh Grant and Sandra
Bullock, right? And then there was, and I don't know how people have felt about this movie as it's gone on. I got the joke when it came out, but Down with Love with Renee Zellweger and Ewan McGregor.
I don't think I saw that one.
Okay, let me sell you on this one. It is a intentional parody of Rock Hudson, Doris Day 60s sex comedies.
Okay.
So
cool.
The idea is that Ewan McGregor is like the horn dog, madman, a madman kind of guy.
Yeah.
And then, and he's got his best friends played by David Hyde Pierce. And then you've got Renee Zellweger, who plays this guru who basically convinces women stop having sex, eat chocolate instead, because to show that you've got the power. Because men will do what you want if you don't just give them what they want. And then I'm trying to remember, the actress who played her best friend. So it was one of those movies where like each of them had like their best friend.
Yeah, of course.
But it was done intentionally as a 60s spoof. And this was right after Chicago had come out and Moulin Rouge had come out. So at the end of the movie is like a variety show musical number with Renee Zellweger and Ewan McGregor doing a complete song and dance number.
Oh wow!
And Bublé was on the soundtrack too and sang us. And he actually recorded the opening credit song. And it's a fun little 60s parody.
I remember when it came out, but I just never saw it. So,
a lot of people didn't. Yeah. So, but I would say if you're in the mood for just like, it's very much like tongue in cheek. Like think like Batman 66, but instead it's a movie making fun of the 60s.
Makes sense. I mean, like, that I remember those Rock Hudson, and what was the actress that was in a lot of those too?
Doris Day.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I remember those, a lot of phone conversations, like in the bathtub, stuff like that. I remember those kind of scenes and stuff like that.
Pillow talk.
Talk. There you go.
Yeah. So
that's how it's fun. Yeah.
Meg, if you're listening, there's another one to put on your list if you haven't seen it already. Because Ewan McGregor also was just a dreamboat. So
See, and then people are like, no, we're not talking 50 Shades of Grey. No, that's not romantic comedy. But Phil, 40 Days and 40 Nights. That's a movie that you don't sleep on with Josh Hartnett. That's a great movie.
I still need to see that.
That's a great movie, and I mean, one of the main reasons is Shannon Sossamon she's just so goddamn adorable. You don't really hear about her anymore. She had like a few movies that came out. I remember The Rules of Attraction that came out, which was a dark type movie, which was really good.
Because you know what that's based on.
That's based on a book, right?
By the guy who wrote American Psycho.
That's right. Roger Avery, right?
No.
No. That's who directed the movie.
That's who directed the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Britton Ellis something.
Yeah. Ellis something.
yeah. It's like 3 names or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I know you're talking about. Yeah, who wrote American Psycho? Yeah. In that movie, Rules of Attraction, there is a shot in that movie, man, I tell you, like, it's a crazy shot because you have Shannon Sossamon's character and James Vanderbeek's character who are just in this college, and they're like, they're the first time that they meet, it's a split screen, and it's like a montage of them just going through the campus. And then when they finally meet up, it's a Brett Easton Ellis. There you go.
There we go.
Jace. But there's a crazy shot, and I'm like, wow. That is just a cool shot because it's a montage split screen of them just going through their day. And then all of a sudden they freaking come up face to face, and the split screen on both sides pans all the way over here. And then it just goes right into the middle, and it's a full shot. And I was like, holy shit, that was, yeah. So if you haven't watched that movie, just for that shot alone, in that montage, I was like, wow, that's interesting. And what's interesting too is the campus they shot it on was Redlands, which is right over the hill right here, 15 minutes away. The town I grew up in, they shot that there, which is crazy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's like a cool shot of her on a longboard, and I'm like, oh shit, there's the mountains. There's the fucking the main building. Holy shit, crazy.
Oh, by the way, I want you to know that I brought a beverage specifically for the Rebel Moon news today.
Ooh, yeah.
It's called Space Lettuce.
Space Lettuce. There you go. Wow, that's interesting. Double IPA. Look at you.
I know. My wife picked it up at the. Do you remember? Okay, here's an Alabama reference for you, Dave.
Yes.
Do you remember the Piggly Wiggly?
Yes.
Yes.
Big time.
Well, so she was at the Pig, as we call it here in these parts.
Yeah.
And she was like, I know you like Monday Night Brewing, which is an Atlanta-based brewing company. And she just picked this up. I'm not really normally into IPAs, but I'll say this, a double IPA, I can get behind.
It's got a little more flavor to it.
It does have a little more flavor to it. So Space Lettuce, it says heady, sticky, intergalactic.
Intergalactic. I love it. I'll have to try to find that. Maybe I'll sniff that out somewhere. I wonder if it's over in these pots over here. But yeah.
It's a good question. With it being Atlanta, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Sometimes they make it their way over here. Same thing when it comes to the breweries over here. Maybe they make it over there. Who knows? But yes, Shannon Sussman, she was in Knight's Tale. So yeah, she had like a run for a minute there. And I was like, she almost seemed like she was going to be that new it girl because, I big time crush on her, man. Big time. And 40 Days, 40 Nights. It's just one of the, it's an R-rated, it's an adult romantic comedy. Obviously, it's about a dude that's going to give up sex for 40 days, 40 nights, for Lent. Yes. And even, to the point of not even masturbating.
Yeah.
So it's like, he struggles. And then during all this, he's going through a breakup, first off, which, of course, that's a trope one. It's like, okay, he's just went through a breakup. And then he meets this new cute girl at a laundromat. And it's like, oh, shit, I'm going to go on a date with her. And if she's expecting something to happen, I can't do, So there's that whole thing, that whole whatever. But it surprised me when I first watched it. I was like, oh, this is going to be cheesy and stupid. But I actually thought it's a really funny movie. It's a really funny, likable movie. So 40 Days, 40 Nights. Don't be confused with the vampire movie. 40 Days of Night. Is that what it was called? I can't remember.
40 Days of Night, which also had Josh Hart in it.
Exactly. So that's why people get confused with that shit too. It's funny. What's funny too? One thing I remember too about 40 Days, 40 Nights is right after Josh Hartnett did that, he went right into Pearl Harbor. And so when it came to the marketing of it, I remember going to the movie theater, and I don't know why this sticks in my brain. This is like when I was still in high school, I guess it was like early 2000s. Maybe it was right after. I don't know. But 30 Days a Night. It was actually 30 Days a Night, not 40 Days a Night. 30 Days a Night. We knew there was a number in days. Sorry, we got it mixed up. Thank you, guys. He was like doing a little promo for it, but he had like this crew cut thing going on. And in the movie, he's got his normal hair, but in the promo stuff that he was doing, it was all free, like shaved on the sides, shorter. It was a crew cut. And I'm like, why the fuck does he have that hair?
Because he was an army pilot.
Because he went right into the Pearl Harbor right after that.
Which,
so
by the way, the director's cut of that movie is
fantastic.
It's a good movie.
At least the final act. The love triangle gets cheesy, but the final act, the fucking attack on Pearl Harbor is goddamn good. I don't care what anybody says.
And then what gets me is that the movie goes into the Doolittle raids.
Yeah. Like Michael Bay, don't sleep on that. At least that part. Yeah, the love triangle stuff gets a little, whenever. But man, when it gets to that freaking attack, holy shit.
Yeah, and like I said, the director's cut really, like, because it gives it more time to breathe, it makes things make more sense. Yeah. And of course, I'll always Michael Bay because I think too many people slept on 13 hours. That movie is, dude.
I remember what's funny? I watched that movie. I watched that movie when it wasn't the first time I watched it, but it was just on, and I was like, oh yeah, I haven't watched this in a bit. So probably since I've only seen it one other time. It was January 6th of 2020. 2021. Yeah. Remember that day? And when that thing was all happening, and then of course banning Trump at the time. It was just kind of funny because I'm like looking at my Twitter going, what the fuck is happening? Like, and then I'm watching this movie that had to deal with, it wasn't like it was the same thing or anything like that, but it was just kind of, that's why I remember like, I just had that movie on while all the craziness was happening there. And then of course, when, Trump was being ousted from Twitter, it was just kind of weird. Like, man,
movie, I remember I'd already seen that movie. So when John Krasinski got cast as Jack Ryan on the Amazon series, I was the one guy going, no, he got this.
That's what I love. Have you seen it, Najib, by the way?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good.
Oh
yes,
wow.
We got one.
But
no, I mean,
although I liked that movie, I like there's this other movie called Buried with Ryan Reynolds. He's basically buried.
What we said?
Buried.
Oh, buried. Yes, buried. Yes.
Yeah. So he's basically in a coffin the whole movie.
You haven't seen this, Scott?
I have not seen this.
Oh, okay. If you have a little bit of fear of claustrophobia, you might.
I have that.
Give you a little anxiety.
You have that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that movie
I have a little bit of
horrible.
that too. Have a little bit of that too, and we're gonna bring in Mr. Ray right here. What is up, sir?
Funny you bring that up. When hopefully long from now, when I shuffle loose this mortal coil, cremation. fuck going into that coffin. Nope. Cremation. Put my ashes in the water, wherever. I don't care. Like you do not put my body in the ground, because it'll be my luck. I'll just wake up and nope.
Oh yeah, that movie will scare the shit out of you, man.
And it was extremely well made from inside the whole time.
Yeah,
dude, wow. I get claustrophobia watching her in Kill Bill Volume 2.
Oh yeah, just that little scene.
Oh god, get out of the
punches out.
Well, and he not only that, but like he drew it out because like they throw her in there, they shut it, the light goes out, you hear the dirt on top. Yeah. It's like
Quentin Tarantino wanted to make you feel like you were in that goddamn coffin.
Yeah. So no, I have not watched Buried. Like one of these days, maybe, but it is so far down the list.
Oh, dude, like I always love when you get like, speaking of genres, you get those real time movies, like your phone booths, your lock with Hardy, man, Tom Hardy, that movie, Jesus Christ. If anybody's a Tom Hardy fan, watch Lock. Takes place completely when he's driving to a location in his car and he's having phone conversations, and it's compelling, it's suspenseful, and it's just Tom Hardy. That's it. Ooh, and voices coming out of speakers. Okay. Yeah, watch Lock, and then of course Phone Booth, same thing. That's
fantastic.
Yeah, that's a Schumacher flick right there, where takes Colin Farrell,
Kiefer Sutherland.
Jeez, that movie. But I like those kind of real time, and Buried's like that too. It's Ryan Reynolds in a fucking coffin, and the whole time you're watching, it's just him with a cell phone. He's got a cell phone, so he's trying to get out, and you'll get uncomfortable.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're a little squirmish when it comes to stuff like that, yeah, it could be a tough watch, but it's so well made. Like you were saying, G, man.
By the way, Ray, I realized that we probably need to start scheduling some DC TV Squadcast soon, because Superman and Lois is on a break.
No, I'm glad you're here next week.
Okay, after Peacemaker finale.
Yes, that was, and I said, I don't know. Did you listen to last week's?
Of course, I listened to last week's.
Sorry,
it was the Titans. I had to go. I had to listen. I had to go. What the hell does Ray have to say about this?
You had to know why I didn't hate it.
Yes,
why I didn't want to kill it with fire.
I had to be like, dude. No, we've already had this conversation because we already recorded it. By the way, at patreon.com/squadcastmedia, coming soon, our Time Cop review, which that was a conversation that went on much longer than Tim ever expected it to go.
We did not think we were going to talk about Time Cop for that long, but we did.
We did.
That's
totally
awesome,
did.
man. It's
So
gonna be great. And also, I saw you posted, Scott, your interview with a certain doctor.
Yes,
You know what's
today-
funny about that? Like, you told me about that, and then later on in the week, I get this doctor who follows me on Twitter, and I'm like, who's this guy? Well, look at that. I mean, he's got a pretty significant following. He likes Batman stuff. And so I was like, all right, cool. And then I didn't put it together. I was like, oh, that's what. Because I remember you telling me that you were going to interview this guy. And I haven't listened to it yet, but I'm going to listen to it this weekend. And for sure, man, that sounds like it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, so
right
if anyone's curious, our latest episode of DC Squadcast dropped this evening. And Tim and I interviewed Dr. Travis Langley, author of Batman and Psychology, which has a second edition coming out the week the Batman comes out.
oh,
So-
perfect timing.
Yeah.
Perfect
Well,
timing.
he would have liked it to have come out a little bit earlier, but you know, but instead of the week of. But we did get a advanced copy of the book. And I can tell you that it is a extremely well-written book. I will preview the interview by saying at one point I asked him about the fact that he talks to you like you're smart. He doesn't talk to you like you know psychology, but he doesn't talk to you like you're an idiot either.
Good.
It's a very well-written read. The first edition came out 10 years ago. So it's been thoroughly updated throughout. New chapters put in, some tweaking to other chapters to incorporate things that have happened over the last 10 years in Batman. So but go to your podcast feed and check out DC Squadcast.
Yeah, check that out. I retweeted it tonight. Definitely going to listen to that this weekend, and maybe we try to get the guy on the Vodka stream. That'd be fun too. I would love to talk to that guy. And then yes, Mr. Everts, yes, saw that.
Yes,
Jim Carrey,
did.
yes. When he tweeted that out, I was like, oh shit. But although I do miss being surprised at the Super Bowl now, it seems like now we just know when these big commercials are coming. I mean, I guess it helps with, like, trying to get more eyes on the Super Bowl, as if it needs more eyes. But
you get the people. No, to be fair though, you got the people who could give a shit about the Super Bowl.
That's very true.
And just want to watch it for the commercials.
Well, and also there's still like this navigation with like digital marketing and like how much of that, because that we heard a couple weeks ago Warner Brothers was not going to have a presence in the Super Bowl, and I still think that they don't, because
thank you, Ben, for the super chat, by the way.
Because the price, the price for Super Bowl ads, the price for the conference championship ads, and even before that, like, skyrocketed. So the Super Bowl, I forget exactly how much it went up to, but to save money, drop something like the Sizzle Reel 2 days before and have everybody talking about it over the weekend.
That was pretty smart, to be honest. Yeah. If you want to, let's face it, especially with last year. Obviously last year, we won when it came to the Snyder Cut coming out, but there wasn't really much of a presence of anything last year except for shows.
They had, as far as movies, it was Zack Snyder's Justice League and the Suicide Squad, and that was it.
Yeah, that was it. That's right. That's the thing. And for me, who's actually enjoying Peacemaker, I always forget that the Suicide Squad came out last year. I'm not saying I hated the movie, but I didn't dislike it. I enjoyed it. It's fine. But yeah, it's just kind of funny because I always tend to forget, like, oh yeah, that's right, Suicide Squad came out last year, and
and then to think that this year, as a DC fan, I'm looking at going, I'm trying to keep up with all the crap I got coming my way.
Seriously,
you got the Batman, you got Black Adam, League of DC Super Pets. The Flash, Aquaman, The Lost Kingdom, possibly still Batgirl on HBO Max. Then you get all the animated stuff like Catwoman Hunted just came out, right? Which I haven't had a chance to watch yet. And Carrie, I saw your tweet. I liked it. Yes, a Scott Shots is incoming as soon as I actually watch Catwoman Hunted. But I love it because it's written by Greg Weisman, who does Young Justice. I got Young Justice going on HBO Max. I got Doom Patrol going on HBO Max. I've got Peacemaker and Superman and Lois, and then all the other, I mean, I remember watching DC Fandom and them talking about the slate of those direct-to-video animated movies that are coming out this year, and I'm just like,
yeah, we're getting fed a lot of DC content this year. They're definitely making up for it. And then, you know, I mean, obviously we were getting a lot of the Batman stuff. It was mainly the Batman, which is, you know, obviously that's their biggest IP. Obviously they're going to promote that. And it's just, but I do like the fact that, you know, right before the Super Bowl and even before the Batman comes out in a couple of weeks, it's like, all right, well, we're going to drop this whole thing and be like, okay, yeah. And I thought the Sizzle Reel was a very good balance of, all right, here's a little bit of Batman, but you've seen a ton. Here's a lot of Black Adam. Here's some costumes and a lot of shots.
Dr. Fate.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I'm going to pull it up right now. We're going to like kind of just like go through this. Yeah. We'll go through it and have some fun watching this. And then a shot of the Flash, which I was like, "Whoa, well, that
the thing got me with the lenses.
Yes. I the first thing that, because you know everybody was, you know, and I kind of agree with this. Like they were harping on how the cowl looked in that one shot in Fandom, and I was like, okay, well, the movie wasn't even done filming yet. It was a haphazard thing they put together, whatever. But I'm like, okay, no, they do need to slim that down. It's slimmed down.
Yes,
it's slimmed down.
So does that make you think that was a design thing, or is the cowl basically CG?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. So interesting about it. It's a good question because, because that shot, I think that, I don't know. It was like that shot, the cowl did not look great at all. It did. It did not. Weird. No. It looked very strange. The one that
basically, okay, because especially in this shot where you can almost kind of piece together that we got like that Flashpoint Superman situation where he probably is finding Supergirl like in some red sunroom deep underground.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's probably like in that kind of scenario because he's kind of looking like where am I kind of thing, and then it kind of makes you wonder. I'm like, well, is there like a progression of the costume when it comes to all this? And maybe like, you know, he had like in the beginning that the cowl is big and wonky, and then it finally gets to a point where it's slimmer and it's more on his head, and it looks a little more legit. Goes with the costume. I don't know, like. There's just so many questions there's so many questions when it comes to this movie. And I think with like everything that they're releasing, but when I saw that shot with the lenses, I was like, oh, there you go. I mean, we all, anybody who was like, you know, I mean, obviously you got one side that's just going to hate whatever the fuck it's going to be, whatever. I don't, you know, I had fun with that today, whatever. But at the same time, you have a bunch of people going, I saw so many people on my timeline go, well, shit, this looks a lot better.
Okay, I was half joking when I tweeted this, but quite honestly, I do wonder if that's what broke Twitter for an hour.
I know, right?
Twitter went down right after it posted.
Dude, I thought I got suspended. I was like, what did I say? What did I post? I was trying to like tweet one of my videos that I posted, and it wouldn't go. And then I refreshed, and all of a sudden it said like could not load tweets and blah blah blah. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? And then I went on my laptop, same thing. Went on my phone, and my feed pulled up on my phone. But then when I went to my profile, wasn't there, and I went, oh crap, did somebody get me? What happened? But then, apparently Twitter went wonky, but it was like literally probably 10, 15 minutes after that.
Yeah, Ray had to send The Rock's Instagram account to Tim so Tim could watch the video.
Yeah, because I sent the Twitter link first. He's like, is Twitter not working? I can't watch it. And I was like, son of a... And I was seeing the same thing. And then like an error message popped. I was like, try again later. I was like, okay. So yeah, I had to say, and it's different because the aspect ratio is different. Like even between the Instagram video is in portrait mode. The one that The Rock posted on Twitter is widescreen. So
yeah, because I totally turned my phone this way to watch it.
Right. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, that was listen. You know, somebody I think it was Leilani, who I forget who she writes for, but she was talking about how last year she was convinced she was going to take a year off from like DC content, and then it was like a gif of DC in 2022 and just, you know, like sipping the tea, like, oh, okay, all right. Okay. And I sent her the Godfather 3 gift just when I thought I was
out. They
pulled
pulled me back in.
And I do wonder how many people considered themselves out before today and are now like, oh well, fuck, okay, we're gonna get back in. We are. Let's
back in. We are. I know. It was just like, I mean, obviously this whole thing starts off with the Batman, which as it should, but it's like show a little bit, then you get that shot. Jeez, I mean, then all of a sudden it just goes right to, hey, but Black Adam, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that shot. And then you got this shot right here, and that's looking like Hawkman right behind him.
Yeah, that's like Hawkman back there.
Yeah. And I mean, good Lord. I mean, and then he's talking about, of course, his son right here. And it's just like, I don't know. This movie's going to be beautiful. Look at this. I mean, obviously, this is a flashback right here when he was a slave.
We're going to see some, we're going to see some acting. And it's not like he can't act. It's just that most of the time when people see him in a movie, it's, Fast and Furious. Exactly, not required. I think we're gonna see some We're gonna see some acting from him in this,
especially
movie.
With these shots right here. I would say.
Oh,
I mean, that face right there. Are we assuming that he's like? Are they gonna make him smaller? I mean, I remember. I think I saw some conversation about this. Is he looks smaller right there? Are they gonna CGI him down, or is he just always? He's just gonna be big the whole time, or maybe it's just the angle I'm looking at right here. I don't know.
That's the tough thing about him as a person is like, how do you slim that down?
Well, you could do the CGI thing, I guess, like they did with Chris Evans.
I know, but I've always hated how that looked in first.
It kind of looks a little wonky.
Yeah, so I don't know. That might be a taller. All right, yeah. Let's see. Like, yes.
Jeez.
And people were complaining
about taking out people. He's just taking out fucking everybody. That's what's happening here.
People were complaining about like the color palette on this, and I'm like, no, this looks amazing. I love how this is color graded.
No, it looks absolutely fantastic.
This looks finished.
It looks finished. Yeah, well, I mean, and then then we got that shot. See, that's the shot right there.
Right,
that's still wonky.
This is the bad. Right, looking at it there, I'm starting to wonder if it's just a bad angle.
Like I know.
It's really just a bad angle that he's looking at.
It's always been like the nose seems like it's off.
The nose is off.
Yeah. So that shot, that angle has always just not looked good. And then you got, I mean, this not bad.
This one is I'm not crazy about
showing that flash ass. Yeah, and then of course, sorry. And then look at this guy right here. That's looking pretty cool. Yeah, and then that shot. Come on.
Just to let you know, this is the sequel because he's on the throne wearing that costume.
Yes,
exactly. Right. So that looks cool. I mean, seen a little bit of that, and then just that shot right there. Jesus Christ! I mean, come on. How do you not get excited for Black Adam at all? Look at that shit.
Oh, I remember back when, like, after the Batman, the Black Adam was actually like my number 2 for the year.
Oh yeah.
But Black Adam is my most anticipated DCEU film for sure. Absolutely, no question about it.
Another shot, and then of course we've seen all this stuff. Then they do their thing, and then we get this is she's playing Cyclone, right?
Cyclone,
yes,
yeah. And I think it's they.
They,
I think
she's.
If I remember correctly, back from new stuff, I think I did it right there. But pronouns. Sorry, trying to figure that out.
No, that's I got you. Well, it's the same with Ezra. Ezra's not.
Oh, that's true. He does do that, and then we have him who's playing Atom Smasher.
I can never pronounce his name. I just remember seeing him.
Noah
Centino.
Yeah, I just remember seeing him in For All the Boys I Loved Before.
There's the shot.
Yeah,
I mean, this is a very fucking good shot.
This even more leads me to believe that that's just a bad angle in that other shot, because here is like more. He's facing forward more, like his head's kind of down, and so like if he's looking up,
just pose.
Don't say that.
Yeah, somebody came at me with that too. It's like he's doing the Justice League pose. I'm like,
Oh my god,
he's doing the Ezra Miller Flash poses.
Well, he's
There
just
was
doing
literally.
Oh no, hold on, no. He's literally just doing the Flash. There's literally a statue that I am looking at right over here. That's called the Flash, folks.
the Flash.
But it was funny too because I think even Zach talked about the way that they wanted to approach the Flash and the way that Ezra did. I mean, he was basically like that. I mean, that's why you see that shot in the final act of Zack Snyder's Justice League when he does his stretches and stuff like that. I mean, they very much wanted to be like that, like he's like he gets into. I mean, fuck's sake, he's gonna break the sound barrier. He's gonna break the speed of light or whatever the fuck, you know.
He's gonna break the speed force.
Exactly.
Right.
It's like you have, and it's funny too because like he's gonna have different poses. I mean, even when he like does run to save the world, I mean, you see where he just moves his hands, his arms in a way where he's like getting that momentum or getting that, you know, getting his, I don't know how you want to say, he's revving his engine or something like that. But it's like, yeah, when somebody said it's a Justice League, I'm like, oh god.
Well,
remember when DJ was saying that, you know, no matter what, they didn't want to use the CW Flash run. You know how they do.
Yeah.
Which is horrible.
Right.
That was so funny.
That whole like
the speed, yeah, which the fast legs. Basically. But no,
Yeah.
the cool thing that people haven't, like, because people are just focused on the cowl, which and the lenses, which yes, I totally get that. But the thing that no one's
Look at
pointing
that.
out right there is like if you look at the design, like the texture on the costume, I mean that's straight out of the concept art that we saw 2 years ago.
Yes.
Like this is the concept art costume. This absolutely is.
Yeah, some people were having a little bit of you know, because the cowl is not the same texture as the costume. And who's laughing? What happened?
No, I've seen some people compare that to.
Oh, okay. Like, wait, what happened?
Yeah. No, I know what I know.
But yeah, I love the design, and it was even in the poster as well as the image that, you know, Andy posted, the first ever image of the logo and the suit. Obviously, he was taking a picture of the chest area, right? So that design of the suit was in that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people are having problems with like how, I mean, like, okay, I mean, I can you know, you have your gripes, it's fine, but I mean, yeah, when it comes to this shot right here, I mean, with everything that's happening, I was like, all right, this is exactly how you needed to show this Flash and how to be like, oh yeah, this is not your CW type Flash, even though people still claim it.
I also like the color grading of this one because in the first teaser it was not finished, so it looked kind of
was not
right.
Yeah.
And this one looks closer to what Zach had.
Well, and this isn't leather. This is not leather.
No.
So, which is that's the CW staple is leather. And
the only thing that I'm going to have to watch the finished product is, and I know this is the Jim Lee New 52 design, and I get that because this was the redesign that Jim Lee did with all the New 52 costumes. But the yellow lines, the lightning lines, it's a little much. And I'm curious how it's gonna play off for me in live action. Like,
I could see that. I could see that too because I when that design came about, and then I mean, it's very much in the Injustice game too, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
so
but Injustice, but even in Injustice though, it's so much more armored looking.
Yeah.
Injustice.
Yeah. But I've always thought like, oh, okay, so they, you know, like when it comes to that design and like how the suit basically is like almost like him like charged up.
Yeah,
you know?
like he's like channeling his speed force. Because at least it explains where like when he's like running, he's got like the yellow blur, like lightning lines behind him. Like the idea was like the lightning is like firing off from it's like the suit is channeling his speed force out of him or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think this suit will contain all that, you know, heavy lightning that was throwing off on all the different objects.
From Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Yeah. I think this suit will contain all that.
I get it. Yeah, that's a good point. Like that
is a good point.
Because he does need to, because yes, that was creating an issue in the movie. So yeah, that's a good point.
Wow, I didn't even think about that. So maybe like, when it comes to, obviously he's probably going to be getting this from Wayne Tech, right? So I know
Well,
that
see,
is the question.
well, but that was like,
But I
you know
think
what?
it's Bat Tech.
But there was the line that, well, actually, yeah, I kind of agree with you, Dave, because there was the line in there where Keaton is like, you can go to any world, you can go to any timeline, any universe.
Why save this one?
Why are you trying to save this one? And it's like, okay, that doesn't sound like erasure either. What the hell?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to save the timeline that he's in.
Yeah, he's not saving the timeline that he came from, it sounds like. So yeah, I think he's already got this suit and he got it from Batfleck's Bruce Wayne. And I think Bruce kind of was like, yeah, so when you do your thing, yeah, you kind of cause a lot of like a power surge and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as you did a good job of, creating a suit where you won't burn up in, as you're running really, really fast, let's create something else where you don't, cause, light bulbs to burst when you when you would like run right past or something like that. I don't know. So yeah, I didn't even think about that it's containing all that. Interesting. I like it.
We're nerds. We can explain anything.
Yeah, we can explain it all. And then, of course, more Batman right there. It's like, a little bit of that.
Well, no, I'm glad that we didn't see a whole lot of new.
Look at that!
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Jesus,
there's Aldous Hodge. There he is.
Fucking A, man.
Dude, seriously, this is one of Zeus's kids from Die Hard with a Vengeance. Can you fucking believe that? Dude. Can you believe that shit?
It is pretty crazy, right? Yeah, one of Zeus's kids from Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Crazy.
Who is stuck in the school.
Right.
The bomb is supposedly going to go off.
Right. Yeah. Tony squealed on us. No, he didn't. That's who this is. That's who this fucking is right now. It's amazing.
I know. It's crazy to think about that, right? Jeez.
Yeah. He was fabulous in The Invisible Man, by the way, if you haven't seen that yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? He was in that show on TNT. God, Leverage. Yeah.
Yes. I need to watch that because
it's a great show. Great show, man.
I have watched. I've watched like a few episodes, and I've been told that I need to watch the whole show. Not for the least of which, apparently, a ton of like LeVar Burton and like I think even Jonathan Frakes like directed a bunch of episodes of that show.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah.
But like there's actually a Pluto channel that marathons it. There's a Leverage channel.
Ooh. Yeah.
But like,
there you go.
But yeah, like from what I watched, it was a good show, and he was he's the geek, he's the tech.
Yeah, he's the hacker. He's the hacker, dude.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, it's a great show. Like I was big time into that show. It was appointment viewing on TNT. I think it was. Or TBS.
Have you watched the new one at all?
I haven't watched the revival. I have not.
Okay.
Because I find it's going to be missing what's his name because he's not a part of it. Right? The main dude.
Hutton. Yeah. Well, there's outside reasons for that.
Yeah, I know.
It's another one of those, unfortunately.
Did you just say dark side reasons?
No, I said outside.
Oh, I thought you said dark side because he was in that Stephen King movie, The Dark Side.
Oh, he was.
Yes, he was in The Dark Side.
Yes. Which, is an interesting. I thought you were making like a kind of like a.
You know what I discovered Timothy Hutton myself was he did a detective show, Nero Wolf on A&E.
Okay.
I didn't remember watch that now.
That's a fun little whodunit where they had like an ensemble. So every episode they had the same actors, but except for the two main guys, everyone else was playing different characters. But it was the same actors every episode.
That sounds interesting. Nero Wolf. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
No, and I hear you, Dave. Yeah, that is a bit of a downer, but everybody else is back.
That's true.
I think they added a new character or two, but like everyone else is there, so it's like
I'll have to catch up on it because I really loved the original series. It was sad. I think the original series was like what? Maybe
5 seasons.
3? Oh, 5 seasons.
5 seasons, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good run right there. But yeah, this shot right here, I mean, it's just beautiful. I mean, and it's crazy because I think a lot of these shots might be a final battle scenario because everything, I mean, look at this. I mean, everything's kind of effed up around them, and stuff like that. But I mean, just to see that little foof right there, and it's like, And then I know some people are like, well, he's got armor, he should be shirtless. I'm like, well, maybe at one point he will be. Don't worry.
Did you see any of his workout photos?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're gonna have
did.
shots of him.
He got ripped.
He's jacked. And then we got
There
this
we go.
shot of the Rock right here, which looks really fucking
So
good.
I'm kind of
your
face.
God damn. It's like, man, look at that.
Well,
Jeez.
this is cool, but I also when you'll get to it, I love the other shot too for,
Oh, we actually see him. Yeah, you
Yeah.
actually see Pierce Brosnan. Yeah,
but
yeah, because I'm assuming that I think he even said that there's like it's mainly going to be mocap, of course, which is whatever, it's fine. But yeah,
well, I think somebody was suggesting that like he never wore like an actual suit at all.
Yeah.
So I think it is all mocap for him with this.
There it is.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, sometimes, if you're gonna make like a costume work, sometimes you might have to go that route, and then especially he's an older dude now, so it's like trying to get into like
and good for him, because I've seen pictures of him like how he is now, and it's just like he's just fine being him, and I'm okay with that.
No, totally, man. But yeah, and then we got Cyclone right there with her costume. She gets a little like, yeah, let's just walk through this ship right here. Cool. And then Atom Smasher.
Right. That was
there we go.
The Atom Smasher was like, oh, okay. There we go. That's
gonna be interesting. I'm not like the biggest familiar with the character, but this is going to be some mocap too, of course, but I like the mask and the white eyes and everything. So that's looking pretty cool to me.
Atom Smasher was basically like the Atom,
the
golden age.
Yeah.
They didn't bother really going out and trying different names. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. I was like, we had the Atom and we have Atom Smasher.
Well, and I think he's actually not a hero in the CW. I think he's a villain in the CW.
Because he came from the one time he showed up, he came from Earth 2, and you got to remember the way CW did Earth 2. It was basically more like the comics, like Earth 3, because the whole idea is that there's that one Earth where all your good guys are bad and all your bad guys are good.
That's totally what they did with Earth 2. Yes,
right. And in the comics, that'd be Earth 3, because that's where the crime syndicate comes from.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Fair enough.
And then, yes, there he is.
Now,
there's Brosnan.
James freaking Bond. James Bond in the DCEU. Yes.
Crazy. Holding the helmet right there. Looking good. Looking sharp with that hair, that white hair, and that white freaking mustache. Yeah, Hawkman's right here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, obviously, okay, so the shot that we saw Black Adam when Hawkman was there, I'm assuming maybe it's the same scene.
Yeah.
Possibly.
The way the dialogue is going, I'm like, are they going anti-hero with Black Adam? Are they going back? Like, I hope they go like he just goes full on like bad guy, and maybe they try to get him to be more anti-hero, and then he just goes, screw it. No, this world's effed up. I need to take over.
Yeah. That's going to be interesting. I hope they go that way, because I would like to see Dwayne Johnson be, kind of more of a villain role, because that's something different.
It all depends on him, because this is and this is brought up a few times on Twitter. This movie is literally his passion project.
Tell me about it.
Been trying to get this thing off the ground for over
2007, right, or something like that.
Oh, the Dark Knight trilogy was still coming out when I heard about it.
We hadn't even had the MCU, the first MCU movie.
MCU did not exist when he was originally like, oh, he's going to play Black Adam. So this is like a labor of love for him. Whatever he does in this movie is what he wanted to fucking do with the character.
Yeah, the only thing we had was Edgar Wright's Ant-Man test footage. That's all we had at this point when it came to when The Rock, there was literally an article where he was trying to get Black Adam off the ground. That's how long it's been.
This has been crazy. This is
crazy. See, so they're talking with. So that is the same scene. It's looking
it's
like
dead air here, right?
It's what?
He's floating there, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of floating there. I mean, he's
Well, they're looking
down
up, so yeah, I'm guessing he is.
Yeah, he's
floating
kind
on
of floating
something.
right there. God, that costume looks great.
I love how the
Yeah.
costume, how thin is that costume, right? Like how much of it is like, just his muscles.
Oh yeah. I mean, he wanted no padding. He was like, nope,
None.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. But yeah, then we got that shot which we've seen before. But man,
And wait, you know what? And that last part where it says only in theaters, like, because I saw some people like before this clip came out, and they had there was those images that came out like day before, like Wednesday or Thursday, and the Twitter account was like hyping up like the 4 movies, and people were like, why not Batgirl? Is Batgirl getting moved? And it's like, Batgirl's not theatrical yet.
Yeah,
like that, and it's still filming. Like they don't have anything ready to show.
It's still, you know what? I mean, the one thing about Batgirl, and I'm sure they'll hype the shit out of it when it actually does come out. I mean, it is going to be a Christmas movie. We know that. But it's going to be a small movie. It's not supposed to be a big epic. I mean, all those movies right there, those are big fucking movies. The Batman's going to be they're all huge. Okay. Batgirl is going to be more contained, it's going to be a smaller movie, which it should be. It's not supposed to be something huge and epic. I mean, right. I'm sure it's still going to be, it's going to have, we've talked about it too. When those set videos and the set images came out, and just the way the color is looking and all this stuff, it's still going to look gorgeous. And, obviously J.K. Simmons coming back, and there's going to be some flashbacks in there and whatnot. But yeah. But for the most part, it's going to be a very, it's a small movie that's going to be for HBO Max, and, doesn't take anything away from it. But these movies are just, Jesus Christ, they're going to be huge.
Yeah. But we got to remember that, they only spent $100 million on,
the Batman.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's just that, it's whatever. It's
cheap.
The best part about that is that I don't see any. I have curated my timeline to where I don't see that. I just see people reacting to it.
No, that's the same. It's the same here. Like I didn't actually see it either, because even that particular individual, he's been muted like from the beginning. But like all I saw was massive. I'm like, what are they reacting to? And then I went and saw it, and I'm like, wow. Okay. That's a really psycho hill to die on, but okay, I guess that's what you're gonna do.
Hey, all I know is that I'm seeing it 3 times in less than 7 days.
Oh yeah, and I'm going to.
I was sitting next to people. I talked to. Remember, I'm from the South. We talk to strangers. It's a thing we do, but.
From the South, you talk to strangers.
It's a thing, we used to joke that there's just certain people in our neck of the woods that just says "talk to me" on their forehead, and
things go south.
What'd you say, Casey? And he just totally laughed. Yeah. But we were sitting watching, getting ready to watch Death on the Nile, and the couple next to me were talking about. So when's the Batman come out? It's March 4th. How do you know? Because I asked my mom, and it was like, and I'm sitting here going, I like you people already. Like, and we just had this little brave little conversation, and they're like, yeah, we consider ourselves Marvel people, but we're looking forward to the Batman. I'm like, okay.
When I saw Spider-Man No Way Home, and the Batman trailer showed up before that, there was cheers after the trailer. People were clapping. I followed suit. I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. It was just like, cool. But yeah, there was all that. So it's like, Jesus Christ, there it is.
It's Batman.
It's Batman. Exactly. Like there's, I will continue to put the disclaimer on this every time I say this. No disrespect to Superman, Wonder Woman, or Iron Man fans post 2008. But like, it's Spider-Man and Spider-Man and Batman are your 1A and 1B. Nobody else is on their level. No one. No other characters are on their level. There's the only other character that could come close to what No Way Home has been doing theatrically is the one that we're about to see in 3 weeks, and he very well might. We'll see.
And you know what? as much as I don't want to be a hypocrite and we get into the whole like box office conversation, but would I like to see the Batman do $1 billion? Of course. Just because I'm looking at that movie going, this looks so much like my jam. And honestly, for one, I mean, now Spider-Man No Way Home making $1 billion, great, because I love No Way Home. You know, the only thing that gets to me is like there's a part of me that does like that when I actually do really enjoy a movie, and it is also incredibly financially successful. It's nice to know, oh, good, other people liked what I liked. That's kind of
yes. And there's, you know what, Scott, there's nothing wrong with that. That is fine, right? That is not scoreboard mentality. That's not what that is. That is literally because the whole reason that we started looking at box office for these movies in the first place is why? Because we wanted them to do well to make certain that we would get more. There's no question there's going to be more of this, just like there's no question there's going to be more of Spider-Man. So we don't have to worry about that. But just knowing that the conversation will be a lot easier and that you'll be able to have conversations with strangers about how awesome the Batman is after you see it, like that's just reassuring. That's just you feel better. You're like, oh, the world makes more sense. You know,
the world is going to be more pleasant to exist in because we're all going to enjoy the Batman. And I hate talking like that, like it's a foregone conclusion. But there's a part of me that just feel like it's a fucking foregone conclusion at this point.
Well, you know, but that's another thing about the box office discussion. Because Sean Mayer, he was bringing up movies that Mayer.
Well, that's Sean. You were right.
Okay, cool. Well, Sean Mayer is also the name of the actor who played.
The brother in Firefly, right?
The doctor, yes.
The doctor, yes.
Same exact name. So that's why I threw myself off there. I wasn't sure that was the right name.
Oh, by the way, when you get into the later DC animated movies, he's also the voice of Nightwing.
Oh, nice. Okay. Nightwing. That's another interesting name to bring up lately. But at any rate, he was talking about how he was he was talking about how like if Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and Avatar 2 don't move their dates, that could be disastrous for The Flash and Aquaman. And first of all, I think Wakanda Forever is going to move. I think if it sticks to its date after all the delays, that'll be a minor miracle. Personally,
the movie had to be finished first.
Yes, exactly. Number one.
Not even. Yeah, it's still filming.
But on top of that, the other thing that I think, the big thing that I think everybody has to remember with the box office discussion in general is this is the first year that we've got the 45-day release windows like almost across the board, right? Like last year, Paramount did it, and like Disney did it for like a movie or two. Everyone's doing it this year. 45 days, and then onto that app. So, and you know, Steven has gone over the numbers. I've gone over the numbers here as well. The money that they make on HBO Max, like, dwarfs all any money that like that they make theatrically speaking. So, in the event that they're even in a financial bind with some of these theatrical releases, HBO Max is going to make all that back up for the.
Yep, Ray froze.
Yep. Everybody freeze.
Yeah, everybody freeze. Ray froze.
Oh, I did.
Did I freeze? We're good now.
Oh no, you totally. Wait, there was a really awkward. There was a really awkward image of you for about 30 seconds.
So you were like this, and then all of a sudden, like it like caught up, and you were like holding your beer, like what?
Oh.
Damn it, Barry.
Yeah.
No, but that's why I honestly think that, you know, like, because a lot of people have made bones about the fact that the Batman is, you know, nearly 3 hours, and it's like, oh, a couple years ago that was a problem. BVS couldn't be 3 hours. What changed their minds? I think it could be as simple as their bread is being buttered in a different place now, so they don't care if it's 3 hours, because whatever, it's going to push people to the streaming service. I think that's a big part of this.
And also, if you talk about production budget, Batman's cheaper.
True.
Because you got to remember, because of Hollywood accounting, all the Wolfgang Peterson and all the crap that got rolled into the BVS budget. It doesn't have to, quote, make as much to be profitable. And I hate the fact that these are the conversations we're having. Can't we just get ready to watch what we think is possibly going to be the greatest Batman solo movie ever made? Because I'm ready for that conversation.
Dude, you know what? I'm prepared for that. I hope that's going to be the case. I mean, the discourse when it comes to it, there's not much discourse, but when you see that like creep up on your timeline, it's like, I think recently there was like a whole like people were comparing it to The Dark Knight, and I've had people in my mentions go like, "Oh, it just looks like it's Matt Reeves is copying Nolan," and I'm going, what the fuck have you been watching?
No,
I saw one of those. What was?
Yeah, I'm like, what are you watching, dude?
What were they talking about? Was it the wingsuit, or I forget? Or no, it was the detective thing.
That shot.
Oh no, the wingsuit shot is out. Well, I am getting to that point though, Dave, where it's like, okay, I cannot see. I can stop seeing things now. There's a lot I don't want to see anymore.
I know, but it's like I can't help it, man. I'm like,
Tim and Scott were talking about shots when we were recording Time Cop the other day, and I almost told you to shut the fuck up, Scott.
It was Jordan. Jordan's seen more than any of us. Jordan from DC Comics Squadcast. Subscribe at your podcast app. I'm at squadcastmedia.com, where you can find all the shows in the network.
Take a drink.
Yes, there we go.
I'm spreading the love with my podcast brothers at this point.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Do
it.
KC,
Appreciate
Real
it.
Anarchy with Sean Mayer. By the way, if you didn't realize, Sean is KC's co-host.
I did, but I knew that. Yes, I knew that, but no, like we are getting, because you mentioned something, like I think you had said something that was in like a trailer or a TV spot, and I'm like, I didn't know that. Don't say anymore. Please don't say anymore. I don't want to hear it. We're getting to that point. We're getting close.
No, we've been at that point. And all I know is, and then we're talking about the fact, and you and I were talking about the fact that Robert Pattinson is smart enough to compare his movie to Mask of the Phantasm.
Oh God!
I just said,
he has said everything right.
He said everything.
Everything right. And when you name drop that Batman movie, right? He didn't name drop the Dark Knight trilogy. He didn't name drop Batfleck. He name dropped that movie.
He did a good job. He did a good job being like, you know what? All the Batman movies, I've seen them all, and they're all fantastic. I'm not gonna, none of them are bad. He says, and he goes, he was like, he gave a compliment to all the other Batman movies. But yeah, then, even early before that, he was like, oh yeah, Batman Mask of the Phantasm. And it's just like, oh shit. You're going to mention that one? I don't think any other Batman actor has mentioned that.
I don't think any other Batman knows that movie exists.
They probably have not.
Even that movie is very detective heavy, right? So it was very mysterious, and there's a reveal in the end.
Oh, very much so. You get the great flashbacks of like him being pre-Batman. It's.
But I mean, I've said this before, even on our, on our Batman stream, is like, when we've been going over those episodes. I mean, I'm not gonna. Christopher Nolan definitely went down the rabbit hole of just like watching all those, because you watch the Scarecrow episodes, you kind of go, oh, okay, we've seen some stuff with there, and then there's even like stuff too, like because obviously we're seeing in Batman Begins when you see, there's that thing that happened, that scene in Batman the Phantasm where he's literally just wearing a ski mask, and that happens also in Batman Begins. So I'm like, Nolan definitely took a dive down that. I don't know if he ever name dropped it in any interviews, but I just love the fact that Pattinson was just like, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and everybody was like, oh God, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah. Good job.
I'm still waiting. Dave, I think this is the time to admit to the unhealthy purchase I made on eBay the other day.
Oh boy, yeah.
Ray, you will appreciate this. The original commercial soundtrack release of Mask of the Phantasm was not the complete score. It was one of those scores that you hate, where it's like, where the fuck's the rest of the music from this movie?
I hate that they do that. I hate that they do that. Why?
It's always the best parts.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
Why are you? I watched it. Like, you ever have a part in the movie where it's like you love that part in the movie, so maybe you rewind it 4 or 5 times because you just want to hear it that many times, and then you're like, I can't wait to hear this on the score, and then you get to the score and it's not there, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why wouldn't you put the whole fucking score on the? I hate when they cut things like that.
Okay, so
that's also happened with Justice League, the Snyder Cut. There's one dark side theme that plays during the Cyborg Nightmare scene where Superman is holding the Batman head. That part of the score is not in the whole soundtrack.
Really?
Yeah.
What? I thought
it's
a small version of it, but that exact thing, the full thing, is not there.
Yeah,
that hurts.
That
hurts.
So Ray, La La Land Records, my personal heroes when it
God
comes.
bless La La Land.
I know, right? They did a archival expanded soundtrack release of Mask of the Phantasm, but this sucker went out of print 20 years ago, like 15, like. I didn't even know La La Land Records existed, and this sucker was already out of print by the time I even discovered La La Land Records was a thing.
Where'd you find it?
eBay.
Of course.
One guy. I mean, like, no one sells this thing.
No.
Nobody gets rid of this record. Like, I search eBay, and it's like, no, everyone's selling, like, their original, like, not the expanded one. I found one guy who said, yeah, I opened it once, ripped it onto my computer, and put it away.
Wow.
And I was like, sold, because I need my Shirley Walker. I need all my Shirley Walker.
Shirley Walker.
Oh man,
Walker, yes.
I can't wait for that stream when we talk about that movie. That's gonna be gonna be a good one.
And I've already DM'd Dave.
Yeah,
we know when it's happening. We know where Mask of the Phantasm lands in the course of our the Fanimated stream.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. That's gonna be a good one. Definitely gonna be a good one. But
nice.
Man, yeah, it's a good purchase. But
it was financially irresponsible, but it was
sure. I almost want to ask how much, but you don't have to say that.
Yeah, you don't have to disclose I'd almost ask too, but like, nah, we don't need to go there.
I can give you the ballpark.
Okay.
90.
Oh, dang. That's not too bad.
No,
I was thinking, this is probably going to be like, is it going to be in like the mid-hundreds?
That's what I was thinking the same, right? Because like,
so that's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
I mean, it could have been worse.
I thought it was going to get up to like the mid to high hundreds.
No, not 90.
Okay.
90.
I mean, because for some of those, especially like what fort was it? Was CDs? You said, right?
It was CD, yeah.
Okay, so like, I mean, that's sometimes like, especially if it's like vinyl or some of the other stuff, like, oh man, that could those can get ridiculous.
But it's La La Land, so it's all like limited, like number, like you only buy so many. Because I mean, I've got some. What do I have? Do I have any of them right here? No, because I was thinking because John Williams' birthday this week.
Yeah, 90.
Yes, his 90th.
And I just realized that because I'd gotten the full 2 CD expanded, I have the Minority Report soundtrack.
Ooh, that's a good soundtrack.
Yes.
By the way, Jurassic World Dominion. How do you guys?
Okay, I have not watched the trailer yet because I still need to see Fallen Kingdom. I own it, but I haven't watched it yet.
So I've seen Fallen King. I'm caught up.
Casey's shaking his head.
Oh yeah, he's shaking his head at you now.
I need to give. I feel like I'm gonna do a full rewatch.
Me too. I haven't seen Jurassic Park 3 either.
Oh, see, okay. I've seen all of them up to. I've seen all. I'm caught up, but like the.
So am I,
but I didn't care for Fallen Kingdom when I saw it. So but I think I need to give it I'm going to give it a rewatch. I'm going to give the whole series a rewatch. You say it gets better?
I actually liked it better than the first one.
Oh, see, because I really like the first Jurassic World.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. When
I do too. That was a great movie. Yeah.
Okay.
the thing is, I'm gonna have to do a rewatch too to see which one I like better, because when it comes to the first Jurassic World, I thought, all right, this is a great way to reintroduce the franchise. I thought it was great. You had like a different park, upgraded technology, the little callbacks were cool, and I thought, all right, yeah. But then it still had the cliche stuff. There's always like the dude that like, hey, we got to like turn the raptors into soldiers and shit like that, and there was that whole thing, and but I really enjoyed it. And then when it came to Fallen Kingdom, I was like, all right, there's some things I won't say, because since Scott hasn't seen it, it was like, well, that's interesting. I don't know if I like that. I'm gonna have to like revisit. I think I've only watched it like once or twice.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think you know what I'm talking about when it comes to a certain pretty big plot point. When it comes to a certain character. But the way that it was shot and the way like it got built up and some of these, the horror elements of it, I was like, that's better than the first one, because holy shit, who directed it again? I forgot.
Oh, Bayona? Was it Bayona?
Bayona, yeah.
J.A. Bayona, I think,
Yeah, J.A., yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And he did a really good job of building up some suspense, and some of those shots, like, wow, like he did a fantastic job. But I'm gonna do a whole revisit before June, of course.
Yeah.
But see, I love Jurassic Park. I was 11 when that movie came out. I read the book. You gotta remember, in middle school,
Jurassic Park book.
Oh yeah.
Michael Crichton.
Fuck me.
Yes.
You just realize what you didn't?
Oh dear.
You just yeah. Man.
JC, you just broke him.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Totally.
Yeah.
This is Scott right here.
Okay. Guys, I need you to give me a moment. Casey, sit down. Face the board.
You realize he's a teacher.
The name is Michael Crichton. Okay. Yeah. Brilliant sci-fi writer of the 90s. Wrote things such as Congo, Time Frame, Sphere, Jurassic Park, The Lost World. He is the guy who created Westworld.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is boring.
Oh man, Scott's totally just.
Don't do this to me.
No, dude. I wish you had the one. I wish you had the one. Do you have the one from Blade Runner 2049 where you?
No, I don't.
I wish you had that, because that's totally.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Yep, Scott's Arthur. Scott's Arthur right there.
Oh,
yep.
Big time.
Yeah.
KC,
Please continue.
it's a book.
Casey, how old are you again, Casey?
I'm 27.
Okay. All right. Okay. Come on. He's still. Come on.
He's
baby.
still in his 20s.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he was. I mean, it was 20.
We all got him by a decade, of course. But,
right. So we saw the damn movie in theaters.
We did. See the
So
damn
we
movie
knew.
in theaters.
Okay. So
Yeah, we did.
we knew, like, we were old enough that, the raptor jumping out from behind the cables scared us.
Scared the shit out of us.
Scared the shit out of me. My God. That's like the only jump scare that the movie had, but like, for me anyway. But like, yeah, no, because I will cut him some slack, because he's
Still, but it's a book.
I genuinely never heard.
You can't say that. You can't say that around Scott. Man. I gotta get that drop from
Blade Runner
Melissa
24.
McCarthy.
Yes, you gotta get
Yeah,
that.
where
yes.
she's just like, read the book, and she throws
Read
that
the
book. Like,
book. Oh, Melissa
Oh,
yeah.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a book.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, I got to get that drop just for you, Scrub.
Yeah. Now I haven't read the book, Casey. I knew the book existed, but I have not read the book. Because and there's a lot of differences though, right? There's a ton of
Oh yeah, there's like a whole
drastically different.
Right. Yeah.
I haven't read the book either, but I remember hearing like the cliff notes of like the changes that were made, and it was like, oh yeah, it got pretty dark.
Oh no,
it gets dark.
It gets dark, and the biggest thing is, and you can understand why they made like it's one of those that I look at the changes and I go, I get what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Like
Spielberg knew what he was going to make.
And right there, that's why you'll forgive it, because it's Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
You'll forgive Spielberg. Yeah. So
yeah, let's put it this way: John Hammond's character, the founder of Jurassic Park, in the book, evil dick douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's polar opposite of
polar opposite of what Richard Attenborough did in
Spare No Expense.
Oh yeah, he was very likable, except for he didn't like Ian Malcolm. That's all.
Yeah, but no, he's the lovely. It's a tragedy that it doesn't work out. Yeah. In the book, it's like, Dick, this was a foregone conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and see now, Scott. Now you said you haven't seen the trailer. Now this isn't a spoiler, because we knew this, but the trailer reminded me of this. I forgot who was coming back.
Oh, I knew who was coming back.
Yeah, it's not a surprise for anybody.
But I had forgotten it until I saw the trailer again. I was like, oh yeah. And so at that point, all I wanted was a group shot.
And
I wanted Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard. I went like, bring everyone together. And it happened in the trailer, so I'm like, okay, you gave me the group shot. I'm in. I mean, I was probably in anyway, but still, it's like, yeah.
They're like, take that, Star Wars.
I saw our buddy Tim Gannon from Beer with Geeks. He even said, well, at least one franchise brought their two trios together.
Oh boy.
That's the thing. You know what? We are definitely in the era of nostalgia right now, because you look at what happened at the end of 2021, and when you had Ghostbusters, you had Matrix, you had Spider-Man.
Of Ghostbusters, I got something to show you. Hold on.
No. I'm gonna be jealous. But I mean, like in the era of nostalgia, it's like now it's just like it almost seems like Star Wars. I mean, as much as I enjoyed Force Awakens, and I even enjoyed the Han death, where I was like, oh man, that rips my guts out when I hear Chewie scream out that he does. I still go, God, it really was a missed opportunity to not have those three just come together and everything like that. Oh, look at that. He got the whole thing. Look at he got the strap and everything, man.
Yep. I hear the transfer is amazing. I hear that they all look fantastic. Look at that. Look at that thing. Look at that shit.
Where do you think those codes for Ghostbusters 1 and 2 came from that I gave you, Ray?
No, I understood. Usually what happens is, if you ask me, like, if I want a code for something, it means you just got it. You just got the physical copy of it. And thank you, of course, for it. Now, did they include the 2016 code like they claim they might?
Yeah, they did.
They did. Okay.
No, in there,
because the weird thing was that they called it they gave it a subtitle. So when I was redeeming the code, I was like, what the hell is this?
Answer the call.
Answer the call.
Right. Yeah.
Which I didn't have that in 4K, and I also didn't have the theatrical. When I signed up for Movies Anywhere, back when Movies Anywhere first launched, the whole idea was the more accounts you synced with it, the more movies you would unlock. Right. And so all the studios who participated in Movies Anywhere donated a movie to say, and so that was like Sony's.
Yes,
that was like the Sony movie.
That's how I got it, because I have that one, and I am on that island of there are no bad Ghostbusters movies.
But I haven't seen it yet. But that upgraded me to 4K, and then it gave me the digital copy for Afterlife, but frankly, I had just bought Ghostbusters 1 and 2 in 4K right before Afterlife, So when I got the codes with all of them, I was like, maybe Ray needs a 4K copy.
Which I did because they had done about a year or so ago. They did a steelbook 2-pack of Ghostbusters 1 and 2 in 4K that sold for $40 retail and then was sold out within like the first week or two. And you can't find it for any cheaper than $300 on eBay. And I'm not fucking doing that. So I didn't have a 4K version. I only had my regular HD. So I'm like, yeah, I'll take an upgrade. Yes, absolutely. Because I still love the second movie. People hate on the second movie. I mean,
yeah, I can't.
Was Afterlife better? Yes, but 2 was good. I don't care what anybody says. 2 is an underrated movie.
Yeah. They're still very. I mean, like it scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Vigo scared the fucking shit out of me.
Vigo was fucking scary.
I know. And if they make another one, they're talking about bringing him back, and I'm like, geez, I'm gonna have some fucking PTSD when it comes to watching that.
All right, hold up. You know what other movie you've seen him in?
No. Oh, Die Hard. No.
Yes.
Is it a Die Hard movie?
Yes. He is one of the terrorists that McClane blew up with the C4.
That's
at
right.
the bottom.
I never, dude. When you said that right now, I was like, no, and then it hit me. I was like, oh yeah, he was in like Die Hard or something like that, right? Yes.
He was one of the rocket launcher terrorists, and when he went to go look for the other rocket, McClane threw the monitor with the C4 down the elevator shaft. Yes, he was one of those.
That's right.
Well, and I also donated to Ray this week because I already owned it in 4K and both, because it was a Lionsgate movie, so that's not movies anywhere. If I want them in Vudu and in iTunes, I gotta own them separately. But I got the new 4K steelbook of La La Land, so I donated because Ray still hasn't seen La La Land because he's not big into musicals. But I told him, but you love jazz, so if there's a musical you're going to like.
You're going to enjoy the shit out of that movie, Ray.
And that's what I'm saying, and it is on my. That's one of the reasons. I mean, aside from who's in it, because I love Emma Stone, but like that's why one of the 5 musicals that I really like is Chicago, because it's jazz. Yes. You kidding me?
Oh, so, dude, yeah. La La Land's gonna be your new favorite musical. I guarantee you.
Probably.
I mean, I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm just saying you're gonna really enjoy it because I'm not a big musical guy either. But when I watched La La Land, I was like, holy shit! I mean, there's something about. I mean, I just watched Tick Tick Boom last weekend, and I'm not a big musical guy either. But I was like, just watching and going, fuck, man. I mean, Andrew Garfield. Who knew that he had this kind of energy, this kind of, and then Vanessa Hudgens also was in there, and like we all knew she could sing, but she amps it up like a whole nother level too.
I also like because Chazelle did Whiplash, right?
That was his first movie.
Oh yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, so Whiplash was fucking amazing. So yeah, that's another plus. It's like I probably will enjoy the movie.
No, you will. Likely. You will. Yeah. You'll definitely enjoy it.
And it's Valentine's Day weekend. It's the perfect weekend to watch
It's a love story that, the way that it goes through, and then like when you see how it all wraps up, you're just kind of like, go, fuck, man. Jeez.
Oh, by the way, you know what Ryan Gosling movie I finally finished the other day?
What? Drive.
I
was about to say, I was like, Drive. Okay.
Yes.
God, tell me that opening sequence is not one of the best fucking like tense, just the way that fucking movie opens. I will just watch that opening.
Well, and that's the thing is I feel like the opening is its strongest bit.
Yeah,
totally is. That. Like the opening scene is my favorite part of the whole movie. Like the rest, yeah, it's still good, but fuck, man.
I'm sorry. Christina Hendricks was not in that movie enough.
Oh yeah, well of course.
Well,
yeah, for reasons.
I was going to say for that was
2 reasons.
Well, that was the movie. I still don't know how this happened, but like, because she's in 2 episodes of Firefly.
Yes,
as Yosef Bridge. So like,
Our Mrs. Reynolds is still like my favorite episode.
Our Mrs. Reynolds is like that was like one of the second episodes of the show that I had watched, and I was like, this is fucking hilarious. I got to watch this show.
You're gonna go to that special hell for child molesters and people who
talk
talk in the theater.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. But I swear to you, and I don't. It's not that I don't see these things being a heterosexual male, but for whatever reason, I did not notice until Drive. Then all of a sudden, I watch Drive, and I'm like, well, damn. All right, cheers.
There it is. No, but I mean, Drive's a good movie, but I mean, I'm telling you, that opening scene is just, I mean, it's just everything about it, the way that Gosling plays it, how he's just so he's got the toothpick in his mouth. He is the driver, and he's so like kind of calm, and he knows what he has to do. The music, the tone, the everything, it almost feels Michael Mannish at times.
It does
Really,
feel very
yes,
Michael
it does.
Mannish.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
yes.
But fucking A, man. I mean, even that point when like he gets to that intersection and there's a cop on the other side, and it's just like, and he's listening to the police scanner, and you hear the police scanner like go like, I think we got him right here, and then just you hear the music go boo, and then even like Gosling starts gripping the steering wheel, and it's just, I mean, just everything about that. I'm getting goosebumps just even talking about it. I mean, it is one of my favorite opening sequences to a movie.
I saw that movie at the theater.
So did I.
And that's not a movie like I don't necessarily see those types of movies at the theater all that much, but for whatever reason, I was like, I need to see this one. This one's going to be amazing. And yeah, Nicholas Winding Refn. Yeah.
The music itself is like one of the signature parts of that movie.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
And truthfully, I do love the cast because I love the Cranstons in it. I love the Perlmans in it.
Oscar Isaac is in it.
Right. So it's like, okay.
And who's the girl? I always think she's adorable.
Oh, Carey Mulligan.
Carey Mulligan.
Carey Mulligan.
I can't remember her name, but yeah, she's
Yeah.
adorable.
The funny thing about that is I'm like, Blink. Blink.
Yeah, Blink. Yes.
Because first thing I saw her in was that Blink. Did you watch Doctor Who, Dave?
No, I don't.
She was an episode in the third series that introduced a brand. At the time, it was the first appearance of a new villain.
Yeah.
And
okay,
it's actually, if you've ever heard the term a wibbly wobbly timey wimey, that's the episode that phrase came from.
Yes.
Was Blink.
And Blink is considered like a top 5 Doctor Who episode. Like,
oh, wow.
The Doctor is barely in it. It's Carey Mulligan's episode.
It is.
From start to finish.
That's all you got to tell me. Because I love her. So I have to watch that movie that she was in last year that she got nominated and all that stuff. What was that
Promising
movie?
Young Woman?
Yeah,
Yes.
I need to watch that still.
It's good. The only thing I will say about it is that by the time I saw it, it had been a little overhyped.
Yeah.
But that didn't kill the movie. Like people talked about it like it was a 5, and I felt like it was a 4.
Okay.
It's a movie that's going to make you uncomfortable in all the right ways.
Okay, I see everything that you just said scares me. It's kind of how I feel about The Last Duel. Because I haven't seen it yet, but everybody's talking about it like it's a 5, and there's stuff in it that's going to make you uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, there definitely is.
Oh, there definitely is. Yeah,
and it's on HBO Max now, and so
you should watch it.
I'm just a little I'm going to, but I'm just a little concerned. Like, I hope this isn't being oversold.
It will make you uncomfortable. Like it's one of those movies. After I watched it, because like a couple of weeks ago, I was like, all right, I'm gonna. January, there was no movies to go see in the movie theater. So I went, I'm going to have a Ben Affleck night. I'm going to watch The Last Duel. I'm going to watch The Tender Bar. And when I watched The Last Duel, I mean, Scott and I even talked about it. It's like, yeah, it gets uncomfortable. And it's one of those movies where you kind of go, all right, that was great. I don't see myself just running back to watch this again, but very well. I mean, it's Ridley Scott. This is where he shines. It's well acted.
It was one of those movies. It came out the same weekend as Halloween Kills. No one watched it. It bombed. So it's really funny to hear people like talking about it now, because it's like
Halloween Kills sucked. Sorry,
right? But everyone went to go see it though. Like,
yeah.
I remember sitting in the theater watching The Last Duel, me and 5 other people, because everyone else was watching Halloween Kills, and I'm sitting here. It's like the weekend. It was like the night that I went to go see Nightmare Alley, and everyone was going to see No Way Home.
You know what's even funnier about that though, Scott? Like, because Halloween Kills did well at the box office, didn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a day and date release on Peacock?
Yes, it was.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter. Yeah.
Because nobody has Peacock.
Exactly.
Hey, however, I have Peacock.
Yeah.
I have Peacock.
I don't. Yeah.
I have Peacock because I wanted to watch the first 3 seasons of Yellowstone, and they're on Peacock.
Yeah, that's true.
And now they're doing that Jennifer Lopez movie, Marry Me. It's a day and day release. It's on Peacock right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
I know. I was like,
nobody talks about that they are doing a day and day release.
Well, Halloween Kills was like the first big one that I knew of that they were doing, and so I'm like, okay,
Jesus
well, they're
Christ.
starting to get into that. And look, I don't have mine isn't active at the moment. I do need to reactivate it at some point because that's how I'm finally going to finish Battlestar Galactica, because they have Battlestar Galactica. But like,
because it was an NBC Universal. You know?
Yes. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad service. It's just, it's like, you know how like, and it's weird because Paramount Plus, they have like the same structure, same pricing as like Peacock has the same pricing as they do, but Paramount Plus is like doing much better and is like much more in the consciousness.
Well, but it's also because here's the weird thing. Peacock has the first 3 seasons of Yellowstone. Paramount Plus has 1883, which is a prequel to Yellowstone.
That is okay. So that, wow.
No, you got to understand.
You know what?
When Heather and I, starting around Thanksgiving, decided to finally get onto Yellowstone because I've been hearing about it forever and I wanted to. You got to understand. I had to have Peacock, paid Peacock, to watch seasons 1 through 3. Then I had to have the Paramount Network app signed in with someone's cable service to watch Yellowstone season 4. And then I had to have Paramount Plus to be able to watch 1883.
Wow. So you know what else is shaping up to be kind of like that? This just popped into my head the other day. You know what show premiered this week? The one where Will Smith was asked about the Air.
Bel Air.
Yeah.
Bel Air's a Peacock show.
Yes, it's a Peacock show. Yeah,
but where is the Fresh Prince of Bel Air?
HBO Max.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? I'll stick with just watching. I mean, I'll eventually watch Bel Air. I'm curious about it, but I mean, you know, to take that story and make it serious. I mean, I could see that, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, I'm not in a rush to see it.
But you know
because
what?
I love the show so much. I mean, I grew up watching that show so much.
Paramount Plus did that go? There was I think it was like a WB sitcom. Maybe it was a UPN sitcom, The Game.
Yes, The Game. Yes,
Paramount Plus
UPN
has rebooted that or relaunched that, but now it's like a drama, with all the same actors.
Well, it was, but like it wasn't like completely non-drama when it first came out. But there was more comedy in it. Did you ever watch that, Dave? The Game?
No.
It had Kobe Bell and like one of the Maori sisters.
I've never watched it. No.
It's a, for lack of a better way to put it, it's a black show because it is.
It is,
truthfully.
Yeah. It's about professional football players and their girlfriends.
Yes, Jason Momoa was in it for a bit. He was. He was in like an episode or two.
I remember hearing about it, but I don't ever watched it.
I've seen ads for it because when I'm watching Superman and Lois on like the CW app, it's a show that like you can watch on like it's one of the retro shows that the CW app has.
It is. Yes, it is. But yeah, that you're right, and that's kind of a weird dynamic that's happening with all of that, and now like it's apparently this is where we're. Like I told people are like, well, it's just going to end up being cable. Well, yes, it's just a migration. It's cable through your internet instead of coaxial. you're gonna get to points now where, because I thought about this. Say somebody out there. It's hard for us to believe this. Somebody out there has never seen The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
All right.
And they watch Bel-Air, the serious one, and they go, oh, wow. And Dave, I want to see it for no other reason than Will is involved.
Yeah.
When I heard that he was involved, I was like, okay, I want to check this out because he's had input on it. Cool. But say somebody watches that and goes, oh, well, hey, I wonder what the sitcom was like. Let me watch the original. Well, pony up that $14.99 or get that 7-day free trial to watch it all on HBO Max. You're going to need 2 services in order to watch both shows.
That is pretty funny how that is. I remember when I first got HBO Max and I saw Fresh Prince was on there. I just went back and just watched every episode. Like when I got done with the streams, like, I would just put it on as I was like editing something or something like that. And I was just like, yep, just revisited. And it's funny too, because HBO Max doesn't, when I watched it on, for reruns on channels, they kind of cut it up a little bit, to condense it down a little bit. And there's some stuff in there where you kind of, I watched it, I'm like, I don't know if they could actually say that now. I was like, holy shit.
Yes. No, yeah. There's definitely more than it. Cause when HBO Max launched, that was actually, it was my first opportunity to be like, okay, I'm going to sit through and watch all 6 seasons of the show in order. Cause I never had, like, even when it was airing or when it was in syndication, they never showed
all
it in
over
order.
the place.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, let me watch this in order. And it was weird watching the show in order. I'm like, okay, I see where this goes. Like, cause one of the things that
there was progression.
Well, not only was there progression, but like, there was the one season where he was engaged to Lisa and then she just
vanishes.
Right. And like, when did this happen? And it's like, okay. And seeing all that in context, it's like, all right, that's even weirder than I thought it was. It's like the kid that went upstairs in Family Matters and never came back down.
Never came back down. Yes.
But yeah, you're right, Dave. It's because of the, and this is with like most of these shows, the streamers can show the unedited episodes. Yes. Like even the stuff that, and they will edit not just for content, but also for like commercial breaks for time, because commercial time has changed in 30 years or however long it's been. So when they show it in syndication on TBS or wherever else, it's
before
like, well,
KC existed. That's all that we have to establish.
I think Fresh Prince of Bel-Air might actually be older than him, but at any rate, but like, yeah. So when you see the uncut episode, you're just like, I don't remember them saying that shit, but all right. Okay.
Yeah. There's some stuff, man. I was like, there was times where I was like, holy shit, man. Did they just, okay, that I don't know if that can pass today's standards, but that I love the fact that they pushed that boundary back then.
Well, there was the one that I remember, and I think Jazzy Jeff, I think he talked about this in the special, which I'm sure you watched the special, the big reunion that they did.
Oh
yeah. The one episode, remember the one where Phil was taking them to court over the air conditioning thing because they wouldn't pay rent in the pool house.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jazz gets up on the stand and he's like, and he won't put his arms down because he thinks the cop is going to shoot him. And he was talking about how like, yeah, that was a little too real, like, with real life. And it was just like, wow, this is back in the 90s. Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
There's that. Yeah. But they also made pretty racy jokes about, other things too, where I was like, whoa. I'm like, whoa. There was like one specific joke. I'm not even gonna say what it was.
Well, like, are we talking about race, or are we talking about?
It was a race kind of joke. Not for there was one particular one. It was the one where Will got a better SAT score than Carlton. And
I know.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, right? yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Yeah.
But by the way, while we're on this topic, you mentioned earlier, so God bless Mark Malkin for being out there, basically asking anybody associated with any version of the Suicide Squad about release the air cut.
That was another thing that came out this week, was the fact that, I mean, I love that. I love that guy. He's from, of course, Variety. He was on the red carpet, and he was like, "All right, he has pretty much almost the entire cast of the Suicide Squad. Jason Cena, full on Peacemaker and everything. And Jason Cena actually had a really good response to that.
I loved his response.
I did. I loved his response. Jason Cena, John Cena. Why don't the Jameson? That's what's happening. But but I know, right? I should just I should always have one on tap. No, but he decided, it's time to ask Will Smith, and I loved Smith's response because he just immediately laughed because he almost went like, I got this one finally. And then, but he answered so great. He said, hey, there was a lot that was left on the floor.
I love that.
And then he said, I love that world and blah, 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 and then he said he'd love to see it. And it's like, you really don't get a much more a bigger endorsement than Will fucking Smith.
You don't. And in that, I think my favorite part of the response was him saying that I love that world, because that means that
he wants to come back.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I will. Please, Will, come back.
Yes. Yeah. We want your Deadshot back.
Absolutely.
And I mean, Jesus Christ. You're leaving money on the imagine having a Deadshot in Bloodsport.
Dude,
oh my God, him and Idris Elba.
Fuck me.
I would enjoy telling people, like, that would allow me to have so much more fun with the fact that Will Smith is 4 years older than Idris Elba, because he is.
But he doesn't look it. He doesn't look it.
Not at all. You wouldn't think it at all, especially since Idris is like.
And nothing against Elba. He still looks great too, but he just has an older vibe.
Well, he doesn't die out as gray. That's the thing.
That's true.
He has the gray in his beard. He's like, I don't give a shit, which is great. I appreciate that. But it totally makes him looks older than Will. But yes, have Deadshot, and we need a scene. And we did. I think we talked about this when we talked about with the vodka stream. We talked about the Suicide Squad, about the similarities between Deadshot and Bloodsport in terms of like their backgrounds and their daughters and everything. We need that scene. We need that to happen in the movie where they're comparing notes and talking about how similar.
It's like the scene when Waller's walking through Bel Rev and goes, I thought you said this is for unique skills. He basically does what I do.
Yes. Yes, we need that scene between Will Smith and Idris Elba. Yes, we do.
I mean that is just you're leaving money on the table for not teaming those two up. To be honest, in
the air cut. And do we have any theories about what release the air cut has? We know it's a video, obviously, based on what they put.
Oh yeah, on Monday. From what I gathered, I have people that hit me up. They have what? I don't already know. I don't. That's the thing, Casey. Easy. I just get hit up by people who are in the know, and then they go like, "Oh yeah, well this is happening," and then like, do you see this? And I'm like, "So what? We got a clip? What's going on?" And then I just was like, "All right," but at the same time, I don't get fully in the. I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but to me, it's sounding like they were handed a clip. And they're going to show it Monday, possibly. I don't know. I don't know if it's. Obviously, when you just look at what they posted a screenshot with a play button on it.
Well, so it's the video. It's the video play option on your iPhone.
Well, that's not even me just going like, oh yeah, it's a clip. But I'm like, no. Obviously, you could just kind of decipher that yourself. Is the fact that there's going to be a clip that's going to be shown.
It blows my mind that the air cut was just not a foregone conclusion. It's one of those that you just go, are you good at your jobs?
Well, there's definitely, I'm not one to get my hopes up for a whole lot of changes with the merger. Right. I'm not getting my hopes up for that.
That's a good thing.
That being said,
Yeah. How
This-
dare you, Ray?
This is, you know, because we've been down this
Fool
road
me
before.
once,
We
shame
have.
on me. Fool me twice.
Bingo, exactly.
I mean, that's the
You
thing.
can't get
but
fooled again.
some people out there think Zaslav's gonna fucking just like, announce things like right
Right.
away, first week.
But
Here we go.
But that being said, to me, like I go back to one thing that Zaslav has said, which I forget where he said this, but I remember he said last year in an interview, he the numbers he quoted, he wants 300 to 400 million subscribers. Now you're talking about doubling Netflix's current output. That's insanity. But if that's really what he's thinking, then I almost feel like he's got to come into it with a no holds barred approach where almost anything is on the table. Now, I'm certainly not saying Snyderverse, because there are a ton of other logistical problems with trying to do those sequels 5 years late, because we are now 5 years late on those sequels. That's a totally different ballgame. But as far as the Ayer cut goes, I feel like if anything is going to happen, if the new guys are going to do anything, they will look at that and go, why the fuck not? Throw it on HBO Max.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then of course, I mean, it's funny too because I brought this up on, I think it was Wednesday's Film Junkie Live. That Ayer did like one of the release of the Ayer cuts, saying that like, oh, it's finished, and here we are back in the whole finished kind of thing again. It's like, wow, that's weird, Scott. You just showed up again backstage. We could have two Scots if you wanted to. Look at that. That's weird. It's because you froze.
My internet apparently did not appreciate Ray's lack of faith in Zaslav, and so he decided to kick me off of the stream.
There you go.
So I'm just saying, Ray, it's your fault. The internet does not like you.
The internet. So I'm that general like choking, and the internet's like, I find your lack of faith
disturbing. Yes. But unfortunately, instead of taking it out on you, it just said, Scott, you don't need to hear this shit. Just leave. Just leave.
Oh, okay. So what it really was, it was Tarkin. Enough of this. Vader.
Essentially what it was right there. No, but oh shit, I forgot what I was even saying. No, but yeah. So, I mean, Ayer did like a tweet that said that it was finished, and I'm like, oh, here we go again. With the whole like, is it finished? Is it not? And I mean, I obviously that's where the whole 40 Club thing came when it came to.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. It's like when I mean. It was one of those things like back when, that first Snyder Con happened, and, we have video of Zach saying it's done. I mean, I totally get what Zach was doing. He was like, yeah, I'm not going to just say like, oh yeah, it's not a fucking, oh yeah, we still need this, still that. No. He was going to tell fans, I have a cut, which he did. He had a cut, but was there complete VFX and complete everything? No. But he wanted to like reassure people that there was a cut. There was a cut from start to finish, which is exactly what he had. And to me, it's the same kind of situation. Like, yeah, obviously you can't take anytime like, when it comes to likes, especially when it comes to Zach on Vero and everybody goes, oh my God, he liked it. That means, it's like, stop it. Doesn't exactly mean that. But when it comes to this, I'm like, all right, there is a cut. Sure. But I'm like, there's got to still be some polishing up.
Well, he said that.
Yes,
he
has
previously said that.
He has said that, but it's not as drastic as the Snyder cut.
It's not 70 million. It's not going to be 70
million.
No,
it's going to be like 5 tops.
Yeah,
I would say now.
Right, because what we do know is that it's like did he say 212? He said it was 2 hours and 12 minutes. I think.
Did he say that?
I thought I read somewhere he might have said, but the one that was edited by the other guy, not the whoever. No.
Did you just say
no. No, but the like if the cut that he has, like
Oh,
looks-
the Nolan editor guy.
Right. Yes,
Yes.
exactly. Yes, the Nolan. Exactly. Whoever, I forget the name of that guy. I want to say Lee something, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, like that. He's got a cut already. Like this was one that they were essentially going to go. I think we're all under the impression that it's what that first Comic-Con trailer was. That tone.
Yes.
The one that we, that the one that we would love to see. So it's like he does the race to the finish line is not nearly as far as it was for Zack Snyder's Justice League. So it's like, okay, and that's where what you're saying, Scott, comes into play is like, are you good at your jobs? Just put it on the service. Put it on the service.
Please. No.
With the clip that's releasing on Monday, more than the clip itself, I'm interested to see why it's being released now and what happens when it gets released, because Air has been very playing along with WB
Big
to
time.
that good soldier, right? So even now he is that, and he's been interacting with James Gunn, liking Peacemaker and all that stuff, right? So him releasing that clip now, and that too via fan account, what might have changed? Or
Well, I mean, one of the other news stories that came out this week is the merger got regulatory approval.
Yeah,
Right.
got green light. Yeah.
And we know they already said, they fast tracked it, or they're saying it's faster. They thought it was going to be third or fourth quarter this year. They're saying second quarter is when it's going to happen. So he might be thinking, all right, the wheels
Start
are
planting
wheels, right.
seeds. Yeah.
Exactly. Wheels are going to start turning. New guys are coming in. This is the time to
Yeah.
Because
throw
think
this
about
out
how we
there.
got Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was because they needed content for HBO Max.
Right.
It's all about what you've done for me lately. And if Zaslav's plan is I need more content on HBO Max because I need more subscribers, then when I make that joke about are you not good at your jobs, it's because why do you not want more content? I mean, you've already got a
right.
Peacemaker show
Right.
that reportedly is doing well for you, that exists in the world.
By the way, episode 7. Holy shit.
I had
No, Ray has to take. Ray has not.
Oh, he hasn't. Okay, we just say holy shit.
We just
That's
say
all
holy
we
shit.
Ray.
That's all we
Holy
say.
shit. Holy shit.
I'm sorry. I
You haven't
apologize.
seen this episode or the entire show?
No, he's
uh,
seen this 3.
Well, yeah, I've seen the first 4. The problem is that DC, and I didn't get to talk about this earlier, but like DC TV Squadcast, Scott will tell you I've been binging a lot of shows to get caught up.
Caught up on.
I
Peacemaker.
haven't, because I got caught up on
You're in.
Batwoman.
You're in for some fucking crazy.
No, I have a lot to watch, and I've
Yeah.
seen it's great. I don't know how I've been able to stay in the bubble because it's not like I've muted it. I've seen people
So you
like
don't know
freaking.
that.
There's a lot that I don't know, but I will get caught up. And yes, Scott, we do need to talk about that next week. And
You have
Superman-
to watch it before
and
next
Superman
week
Lois.
because it's the finale.
Yes,
And
yes, for sure.
I'm expecting big spoilers of that one. And James Gunn is also hyping that one as being the most spoilery.
No, it's going to be. I'm going to have to do what I did for the season finale of Book of Boba Fett, which is no Twitter until I watch it.
Yeah.
Going to have to happen for that. There's no question. So, because but yeah, but right, Peacemaker's in that universe, dealing with those characters. It's doing well for you. Why the fuck wouldn't you release this as extra content?
And look, and once again, look at what Zack Snyder's Justice League did for you as a service.
What do you think? Oh, the additional photography. Think who is in there? Jared Leto's Joker. Hello.
Oh
You
yeah.
know? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Continue, Scott. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Scott. Keep going.
But let's. I mean, but I'm just thinking about as much as they did not want. We still never saw U.S. numbers for what it did on HBO Max. We have anecdotal evidence just based on them admitting what their subscriber numbers looked like around that period.
And that report from what was it, Homebrew?
Yeah, from the PR
Yes.
company.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
the
PR company,
engagement. the engagement. But then you've got the home video sales. You've got the fact that McFarlane toys were such a big deal. I'm sorry, what was something that came out on the McFarlane line this year that was a pain in the ass to get, this year? And the soundtracks were selling out at Mondo. I mean, do that for Suicide Squad. Remind everyone that you can get that Stephen Price score, which is what the movie was supposed to have playing.
I love that score
under it. It's a beautiful score, and I'll buy another freaking steel book. I already own 2 Suicide Squad steel books. I'll buy a third for the Air cut. I mean,
yeah, it's all there. It's all there. I mean, my biggest selling point was the fact that it's like, okay, remember before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out and we heard about the additional photography, one of the biggest trending topics was the fact that Jared Leto was coming back for the additional photography. And I'm like, so Air cut has how much cut out fucking deleted scenes from Jared Leto's Joker? Like how much? I mean,
he's actually involved in the third act.
Yes. He's involved in the third act. He's like, there's so many scenes. You're just leaving money on the table right there. Look at what's trending when it came to Zack Snyder's Justice League additional photography. People were freaking out that, oh my God, we're getting Joker and Jared Leto's Joker. What the fuck? And everybody was like totally praising that scene. It's like, yeah, we can have more of his Joker. Jared Leto puts seats in the oh my God, and you could continue on with that. You could capitalize on that.
And you got Morbius coming out in April. I know it's from another studio, but still, I mean, it's an opportunity.
Steal,
yeah.
Go ahead. I don't care. Steal some of that. Like, hey, yeah, enjoy Jared in his new movie.
Dude, I didn't even think about Morbius.
Here. Don't
didn't even think about Morbius.
Right.
Another thing is that it also has Batfleck and you have Flash. Both of them are in this movie, and the Flash movie is coming out this year.
What? There it is,
You
too.
can literally put this out before the Flash movie.
You can release a trailer that has Batfleck, has Jared Leto's Joker, and then people love Margot Robbie's, Harley Quinn.
I'm just really hoping, like again, not getting my hopes up for Zaslav and everybody coming in, but if there's anything that I'm hoping that they're just like, okay, this is a fucking no-brainer. Do this. That's the one. That's the thing. It's like, why not? Why not at this point?
And I'm just, and the only thing that makes me, I'm not sure if pessimistic is the term. I think pragmatic is maybe the more term. I mean, Air has been playing ball. I just wish playing ball was working out better for him, or is it? I don't know. That's the thing. It's just so damn quiet when it comes to the idea of the Air cut.
Didn't James Gunn even kind of like go like, "Hey, I would like to."
Yes, he did.
Yeah. So I mean, you literally have the guy that's your guy right now, who made a Suicide Squad movie, who has a show that people are fucking talking about every week, who is also going, yeah. I am like, there's nothing taken away from what Ayer did, and I would like to see exactly what he put out there. It's like, it's just a no-brainer.
And we'll reinforce that because he said he liked both films. He said he liked what was in both versions. So like that's.
And if he wins that Oscar, they're definitely gonna have to capitalize on that as well.
Yeah.
Who wins that Oscar?
Oh, you mean for the King Richard? For King Richard. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Will Smith. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing is like, that's the other part of this is like, okay, there's too many of the people on the right side of this. Things are happening that are like, okay, no one has come out, like no one from the cast or crew and Gunn himself. No one has been quiet, has really been quiet about it, or has not said anything or has said no to the idea. Like, when Malkin is asked, then they've all said, yes, we'd like to see it. Gunn posted on Twitter, yeah, I support David Ayer. I'd like to see it. No matter what any of the Toxics want to tell you, they're good friends. There is a relationship there. So too many, and now Will is saying, I want to see it. So it's like,
it's a no-brainer now. I mean, and the perfect timing would be like, after all of this, after you have like Leto coming out with Morbius, after possibly Will Smith winning an Academy Award, like you said, I didn't even think about that. And
even the being nominated part's gonna work because I'm kind of rooting for Denzel myself. I haven't seen King Richard, but I've seen Macbeth, and I'm like, go Denzel.
I mean, I need to see both.
Yeah, so do I.
If it was just a question of rooting for the person, I'd probably root for Will because Denzel has one. Denzel actually has two.
I would love to see Will Smith win one. Yeah. I would.
But
I haven't seen the movie yet.
Everyone remembers Training Day, but Denzel also won Best Supporting Actor for Glory.
Right.
Back in '89. But listen, if Denzel wins, I'm not going to complain.
Of course not. Denzel.
Yeah, but Will's one of those actors where it's like, okay, I know he's a Fresh Prince. I know he's Agent K. I know he said, welcome to Earth.
J.
Or Agent J. That's right. You're right. My bad. Sorry.
That's
that
okay.
one. No, that's a massive screw up because K is Tommy Lee Jones. It's not the same.
And not the same.
But still, like, Will has done a number of other roles, almost kind of like
close.
Yeah, almost kind of like Pattinson. Like how we talk about how in a couple of weeks the general audience is going to go into this Batman movie, and the only thing the last time they saw Robert Pattinson, he was a sparkly vampire. They haven't seen Good Times. They haven't seen
High
Life or anything like that.
Lighthouse.
Yeah.
Right.
I showed somebody a couple weekends ago. I was like, who wasn't familiar with Pattinson besides the Twilight. I'm like, all right, let me show you this scene from the Lighthouse. What the fuck? Like, really? That's Pattinson? I'm like, yeah. There you go. That's why. Come on.
So like a shitload of the general audience's minds are about to be blown sky high on March 4th. Yeah. And it's kind of the same thing with Will Smith, where it's like, how many people have really seen 7 Pounds? How many people have really seen
that movie?
That movie. Whoa.
How many people have
heavy?
How many people have seen The Pursuit of Happiness? I've seen it.
Heavy.
I've seen it.
How many people? Believe it or not, one of the ones I really like him in. I like Legend of Bagger Vance. I do. I like
that. Is a good movie.
I didn't see that movie actually.
It's a golf movie.
Matt Damon. I remember.
And Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
I never saw that though. I have to check it out.
It's a good one.
It is a good movie. Yeah.
But wasn't it Jack Lemmon's last movie?
I don't remember. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. But no, like he's done like other things, so like that I don't know that the general audience has really like latched on to at all. So yeah,
it's just always the way it is.
Yeah, so I guess I'm de facto rooting for him for whatever. It's not like I'm gonna watch the Oscars. It is what it is.
All right, I know that.
I'm sorry, Denis Villeneuve. I mean, I love these times when it's like, when the director of a Best Picture nominated film doesn't get nominated. I'm like, so you think the movie just spontaneously combusted and appeared out of nowhere?
Why are we surprised?
Nothing against Paul Thomas Anderson for Licorice Pizza. I haven't seen it yet. I'm sure it's great. But I mean, I looked it up. He shot that movie in 68 days. And it's very easy to go to the San Fernando Valley and shoot a movie that takes place in the 70s because a lot of things are not changed. Okay, you can do that, get a wardrobe, get some cars, and you can like, all right, here we go. We have the 70s summer, blah, blah, blah. But what Denny did, he brought us to another fucking planet and created this whole world, sand and everything like that. The movie got nominated for 10 goddamn Academy Awards and he didn't get fucking nominated.
I'm still legitimately surprised that it got nominated for 10 Academy Awards. Why? Because anybody that has paid a lick of attention to the Academy Awards over the years knows that. Oh, what's this?
Yeah, just a happy belated birthday. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Subscribe for 4. Thank you, casual Batman lover. Yeah,
cool. But like science fiction consistently
gets screwed out of this shit.
Over
right?
and
horror. Horror. I mean,
Yes.
Horror is like
yes.
Non-existent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so is comedy most of the time. I mean, only like in the last 10, 15 years have we even seen some comedies, and even then it's got to be like, once in a lifetime
Well, Don't Look
deal.
Up is nominated now.
Yeah, well, but it's not gonna. You know what though? I am
I don't think it's gonna win.
curious. I am curious though, because that's the one thing I'm curious about is like what happens when the first streaming movie wins Best Picture. What happens when a Netflix movie gets that? Like what's gonna happen?
Well, Don't
like,
Look Up is
it
nominated.
is,
So.
right? Exactly.
But,
well, I think.
Well, so is
Roma-
Power of the Dog was a streaming movie.
True, that
and
too.
It's got 12 nominations.
Yeah,
That's the one that I'm gonna be frank with you guys. Like, it got all these nominations. I'm just like,
Did you watch it?
No.
Yeah, I've seen The Power of the Dog.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll watch it though before.
Yeah. I've literally seen 50% of all the Best Picture nominations.
I think
Okay.
I'm right there too.
I don't think. But no, like remember Mad Max Fury Road? That won like 6 Oscars, and they were all technical awards.
Yeah,
and that night I was like, this is the best a science fiction movie has ever done.
exactly.
Oscars, it's the best it's ever going to do, and I was so happy that night because
that's the thing. It's like
never the case.
You always have these movies that are like very, they're small and they didn't take much to like film, and like again, that's why I compared it. I'm like, how is it that you have, and nothing against Paul Anderson is like in Licorice Pizza, because I haven't seen it yet and I hear it's great, sure, but at the same time I'm like, how that was way easier than creating this world.
Arrakis.
Yes, Arrakis. You created a planet and a fucking climate and everything. Like, he literally had to bring us to a whole different world. It's not the same. I'm sorry. I mean, like, and you don't get nominated for that. I mean,
and not only that. I mean, not all of that, Dave. Plus, like, understanding the world that he brought us to.
Exactly.
And how difficult it is to try and put that shit on screen.
Exactly.
David Lynch tried his damnedest in 1984.
And he made a cheesy version, which, that could be enjoyable after 5 beers.
Right. but like Denny's like, okay, we have the it's like the $6 Million Man. We have the technology.
We can't rebuild it.
We can rebuild it. Here it is. And it was fucking immaculate.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, and what
El
Toro didn't even get nominated for Nightmare Alley, right?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, I mean, I'm like, again, I'm going, I mean, he created a world. He like had to build a world that was even further back than the 70s. Again,
right.
You drive. I mean, if you guys, I live in California. I've been to the San Fernando Valley. You could drive around and go, Jesus Christ, time forgot this place. Jesus shit. I mean, that's why it's so easy to shoot those kind of movies there. Yeah, you can easily just bring in some old cars, bring in some old wardrobe, and we could shoot right here. I mean, even like Once Upon a Time, I mean, he took it to a different level when it came to like, Quentin Tarantino, but at the same time, he still utilized stuff in in Southern California that he could that have just still been that era, and it's just like it's not the same as literally taking people to another fucking planet.
The only other movie that's nominated that's a little bit more that's a little not as technical that I'm glad got the nomination was Belfast.
Okay, I didn't see Belfast, but I remember you praised the shit out of it. Yeah.
Oh, it is a fabulous movie.
Yeah,
and
I gotta
by the
watch
way,
it. I'm gonna watch
I saw an interesting. I think it was on Facebook. I saw an interesting thing. Kenneth Branagh now holds the record for being nominated in the most categories.
Yeah,
like him himself.
That guy, he needs to get his fucking recognition with that shit. Right?
He has now been nominated himself personally in 7 different categories.
That's crazy.
Across his career, between acting, directing, best picture, writing, screenplay. Because like if you and I think he's got he got nominated for a supporting actor in a movie at one point. he's got, but between Belfast and Henry V, that's where most of his nominations came from. But no, that was a top tier movie from last
I always
year.
forget that he directed that movie. I'm gonna watch it.
He directed it. He wrote it.
Yeah.
So he's got it because he got nominated for Best Original Screenplay, and he directed it. Judi Dench is nominated for it. Kieran Hines is nominated for it.
Yeah, Steppenwolf, motherfucker. There you go.
And he killed it.
I'm sure he does.
In this movie.
Yeah, he's a fucking classic actor. Of course he's gonna kill it, man. No, but I mean, like, yeah, it's just that's what bugged me when I saw all that. I'm like, fucking hey, man. I'm like, I mean, when you have a director that literally created a whole world that doesn't exist, as opposed to just like, oh yeah, we got. I mean, but again, I mean, I don't want to shit on Licorice Pizza. I just don't. But it's just, I just go. I actually literally went, how long did it take Licorice Pizza to film? And it said 68 days, and I'm like, how long did it take Dune? A half a fucking year? I mean, or 9 months? I don't know. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, how do they determine
I don't know, because like I said, there's half the nominees I haven't seen. I still need to see Licorice Pizza. I still need to see West Side Story. I tried so hard to go see West Side Story, and I just never made it.
It'll be on. Isn't it gonna? When is it? It's gonna pop up on Max
it's coming to Disney Plus soon.
Or Disney Plus. Yeah, pardon me.
It'll be Disney Plus, and I'll catch you there because I got to see West Side Story. I got to see Licorice Pizza. I got to see. Well, there's 10 nominees. I saw 5 of them, and there were 5 I still needed to see. So the 5 I needed to see were Licorice Pizza, West Side Story. What else is nominated for Best Picture?
I don't know.
Because of the ones that got nominated, like I'd seen Dune, I'd seen Nightmare Alley, I'd seen Power of the Dog, I'd seen Don't Look Up.
Oh, there was that Coda and Drive.
I want to see Coda.
I want to see all of them, but yeah.
Drive My Car.
Drive My Car. There it is. Like I had no idea about Coda or Drive My Car at all.
Coda's on Apple TV Plus. That's why.
I think Dune might be the only one I've seen.
Wow.
I have.
What about you, Casey? What have you seen?
6 or 7 year backlog on this stuff.
I think I've seen one less than Scott.
Whoa, there you go. I like it.
Casey's aspiring to be me. I understand.
He's aspiring to be you. All right.
Well, he's got to read Jurassic Park first.
He does have to read Jurassic Park. So before we actually wrap the stream up, we have to talk about the finale of Book of Boba Fett. I'm sure we've all have we all seen it? We've all seen it.
I have seen it.
All right. And for anybody in the chat, we're going to talk spoilers because that's the way it's been in the past, like, I don't know how many weeks when it comes to this, but what are our thoughts when let's go around the horn. What are we thinking? First, let's go with Casey. What did you think of the finale?
I actually didn't watch the show from the beginning. I started with the Mando episode.
Which one?
Cheater.
Oh, the first one where he goes back to Mandalore and all that.
Okay.
So, because I'm only interested in Mando and all that, I don't care about Boba Fett. So I skipped the first 3. I watched the Mando episode. I really liked it. I watched the Luke episode, and I liked it for the most part, but I wasn't all super nostalgic or happy about the Luke thing. I think it was okay, but I was very I liked the other things that that were present in that episode, like setting up Grogu's character with Luke training and all that, and how Mando's how Mando got there and then he had to turn back and all that. That was very good and it was set up very well, but then they broke that in the very next episode, so that kind of was pointless. At least they should have waited until the season 3 of Mando or something. But I guess that one episode was pretty good, and then the finale was good. I enjoyed it because it had a lot of action for the most part. The story was all right. There was some awesome turnaround flips or whatever.
Are we going to talk about the spin move?
I don't understand why people make such a
it's
big
just
deal.
all of Star Wars is ruined because of that spin move. My goodness.
Okay. Well, we could talk about the spin move in a little bit. I want to get everybody. Scott, what did you think of the finale?
I enjoyed it mostly. My only drawback, I mean, I love the fact that we came back to Boba. I like the fact that we came back to Mos Espa. It felt very, if you want to talk Seven Samurai, like it had that Magnificent Seven kind
It did standoff kind of.
stand up. I mean, what I have been loving, I mean, even like the previous episode with the reintroduction of Cad Bane, I love the fact the episode's called "The Stranger Who Came from the Desert" because he walks into the town. It's like, I love old
Cad Bane was awesome. Yeah,
I love old westerns. So the fact that Boba Fett, Mandalorian had kind of like the bounty hunter, lone gunslinger, kind of like more like the man with no name kind of Western feel. And Boba Fett had just like had the Dances with Wolves kind of Western feel to it. And I appreciated that. So when I got to the end, and it's kind of like the Magnificent Seven or the Seven Samurai at the end, I enjoyed those parts. The parts I didn't care for was the Rancor kind of went on for a bit. Like I didn't feel like that it needed personally to be. You use the Rancor to defeat the droids, but then when the Rancor went on the loose, it basically became King Kong. Because don't tell me that wasn't an intentional homage to King Kong.
What are you talking about?
At the beginning of it, it was kind of like Godzilla, though, the way he was introduced.
It was kind of like when Stay Puft Marshmallow Man showed up too.
Yeah,
I was like when everybody was like, "What is happening?" and then it was like, "What are we hearing?" and then it was like, "Dish, dish, dish," and it was like, "Oh, here we go." I immediately went, "Oh, I know where he went."
Yeah,
of course.
So that was, but my favorite part was Mando and Boba working together to fight off the syndicate goons. Like that's that's how you justify having Mando in this series is to get that. Like that's what works. So the other drawback was having Grogu. Like, did I enjoy the Mandalorian episode? Absolutely. But you're right. It was Mandalorian season 3, because like, and then you had the next episode that was like half, like Boba Fett made a cameo appearance in his own show. And I didn't mind them dealing with Mando going to Freetown because, that ties the whole Tatooine thing back together and you get Cad Bane and all that. I just felt like there could have been more about what's going on with Boba, like what had been going on in the first 4 episodes of the show.
Yep.
And so only thing I didn't appreciate in the finale was a little too much time, in my opinion, being devoted to that the Mando season 3, the Mando season 2.5 aspects of Boba Fett, even so much that the episode ends on Mando and Grogu leaving in. I'm sorry, that's a sweet, spiced up Naboo starfighter. I'm loving the hot rod starfighter feel going on, but I would have rather, because it's called the Book of Boba Fett, that it ended on
Boba Fett.
So those were my complaints. So, but you look at that, and what is it saying? I enjoyed 90% of the episode, and there's like a 10% of it that I'm like, just like, like the Mandalorian episode. What was that? Episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
It was cool. I enjoyed it. But why is it in the Book of Boba Fett? Like,
exactly.
That's Mandalorian season 3. So I'm kind of split on that because it's like I love the episode. It's great. I love the fact that they bring up the fact that that she was given Rey brought the point about she was given the Darksaber. Does that kind of break like what they're saying here? And then I love how the Book of Boba Fett went and go, yeah, we're gonna explain that. Like we're gonna bring that back and actually like retcon that a little bit and and give it reasons. And then the next episode being so much Luke. So like that, I felt like that's where it kind of, so I understand why they did in the finale, because they kind of shot themselves in the foot with the way that 5 and 6 were structured. But then, like I said, I enjoyed most of the finale, and I wish there had just been a little bit more focus on Boba. Like bringing in Cad Bane, like you could have done so much
more,
so much more between Boba and Cad Bane leading up to that finale. And it would have meant not having Mando season 2.5 stuck in the middle of the Book of Boba Fett. So that's kind of where I fell down. But did I overall enjoy the show as a whole? Yes, because I'm enjoying Star Wars. And as someone who was not a fan of the sequel trilogy, I'm loving what the Disney Plus shows are giving me.
Yeah. Ray?
I think even
Casey, go ahead.
If, you had to have all that stuff, the Mando stuff in there. I think it would have been better if they sprinkled that throughout the show. You cut back and forth and set up Cad Bane until the end or whatever, so that doesn't just happen. He doesn't get introduced in one episode and dies in the next. And Grogu also just they don't meet in one episode and then meet in the second next episode. So it could have been sprinkled throughout the season, and maybe that would have made that even better.
I actually agree with that, Casey. And like, I think that I've been in this weird place for 2 weeks with this show where it's like episodes 5 and 6 are like, okay, the show is taking 2 weeks off because this is not the Book of Boba Fett, but I still enjoy what they're showing me. It's weird. It's like, I can't totally complain about it. My biggest complaint was this is not the show. And not even the show that we were promised. It's like, this is not the show you set up in the first 4 episodes. You've changed course for 2 weeks. So to come back to the original course for the finale, good, great, loved that. But I think I see what they're doing, and I think it's literally because of people like Casey. Because you said that you weren't really interested in Boba Fett. You were only interested in Mando. Well, Disney Plus is basically telling you got to watch everything.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen? Now, just imagine if you're imagine.
I was going to skip this show,
right? And imagine if you had, and then you get to Mando season 3, and he's tooling around in a hot rod starfighter with Grogu.
You're like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? And Disney would have told you, well, you should have watched the Book of Boba Fett.
They were smart about that. I will say that.
They have created they're doing the homework thing, which is the same shit the MCU does. They're doing the homework thing with Disney Plus.
It's Favreau.
It wouldn't surprise me. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me if that was the case.
But you know what else they're doing? As someone like me who is not completely caught up or really caught up at all with the animation, it's lighting a fire under my ass to go, Scott, you better get on that Clone Wars rewatch really fast.
Same with me. I've been saying that all week. I was like, all right. I really need to I watched probably a third of Clone Wars. I need to go back and really fucking dive into it. And Rebels.
And yes. I will tell you, I have never been happier. For years at my old job, I had coworkers that were bugging me. Ray, watch Clone Wars. Ray, watch Rebels. What is wrong with you? How are you calling yourself a Star Wars fan without watching these shows? And then when the pandemic started and we were in work from home, I said, fuck it, I'm going to watch them now. And I binged both shows all the way through on Disney Plus 2 years ago. So glad I did that. Because now when this shit pops up, I know what it is.
Look at what's happening with Obi-Wan. I mean, I definitely have to watch all that.
Oh, we got to get through all of that.
I mean, I'm going to fucking watch that and just take notes if I need to, because you better believe that there's going to be a lot of callbacks to Clone Wars specifically when it comes to the Obi-Wan series.
Clone Wars for sure, and maybe even because of the timeline, there could be some Rebels in there as well.
Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be Rebels too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I am really glad that, because you're and quite honestly, I'm even more glad that I did it, because even season 2, my favorite episode of season 2 of The Mandalorian wouldn't have meant anything to me. The Jedi, that's my favorite episode of the show, because I love that. I love her. I love that character. She's my second favorite. I determined this week she is my second favorite character in the entire franchise. My first favorite being Luke.
Damn.
So, she's fucking amazing. I love Ahsoka.
Luke is awesome.
So yeah, I enjoyed the finale because it came back to those first 4 episodes, because they made good on the promise that they were setting up. They suggested that he was going to ride the Rancor. He did. Good. I wanted to see that. That was something I wanted to see in the finale. It happened. Awesome. And yes, the best parts of it are the Mandalorian goodness. You know, with the Boba and Din Djarin being badasses. That is by far the best part of the entirety of the episode. But you're right. It totally felt like Magnificent Seven when you have all of his guys coming in, when you got Mando coming in, and then when you have Peli Motto, who just suddenly has a gun and is on the planet, when she's just all of a sudden taking aim at like Pike's soldiers. It's like, okay, she's in the fight? Yes, absolutely. Overall, I enjoyed the show.
Scott has something. He's got
okay.
No, but I mean, I agree. I mean, it's funny too because yes, did I kind of make fun of the whole spin move thing? I was like, yes, I thought it was a little I thought it was a bit of a misfire when it comes to Robert Rodriguez, and I know a lot of people. There's somebody actually came at me when it came to like that. It's Robert Rodriguez, dude. What do you expect? And I went, yeah, that's why I was like kind of expecting a little bit better, and then they went like, well, you don't know Robert Rodriguez. I'm like, well, no, Desperado is one of my favorite all-time fucking action movies. I'm not sure, maybe like that whole thing, like that was the controversy, which is still being talked about, which I'm like, wow, I didn't know. I thought it was going to be like a day and that's it. But it was like more than that. But I was like, you know what? It was a little bit of a misfire for me because it just seemed out of place. I can understand why he had a duck because there is shots that go over his head. Cool. But the spin move is just like, it just felt like a misfire. Stuff like that,
I think and we talked about this before when Rob Keyes was on, when we were, there is definitely a buildup of cynicism from people who didn't like the direction of the show even through the first 4 episodes.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
And so I think that this was just a culmination of all of that. And they looked at it because when I saw it, I'm like, well, that's Robert Rodriguez. That's a guitar case rocket launcher from Desperado. And that's, I think somebody even found a clip from Once Upon a Time in Mexico with the same spin move from Johnny Depp. It's like, that's just a stylistic choice.
Yeah, but I think it's probably executed a little bit better. That's the thing. It's like, I know it's spin move too you're talking about, but I'm like, even looking at spin moves in Desperado, I'm like, yeah, there's just something that was different then. And it's just, for me, being a Robert Rodriguez fan and seeing the stuff that he's done, and even John Woo stuff where he's done spin moves, and I'm just kind of going like, I don't know why, but this particular one just did not feel, it just felt like a misfire a little bit. I don't know. That was just for me. Go ahead, Scott.
I think it's because of who was doing it.
Yeah, that too. I mean, like, it just seemed like, I don't know, maybe because it was supposed to be Antonio Banderas or Johnny Depp. I don't know. But anyways, what are you gonna say, Scott?
Ray, I wanted to update you on something though.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
This is the year it happens. Liam is 9 this year. It is happening either spring break or this summer. It is happening.
What are we talking about here?
Oh, my son is finally going to watch Star Wars.
Oh, so you give you wait
Scott,
a certain
Scott and I have he and I have discussed. Actually, we had a Patreon.
Patreon.com/Squawcast Media. The episode is called "I'm
Cheers.
a Jedi." The episode is called "I'm a Jedi like my father before me."
Oh,
because when Liam was in kindergarten. Yeah, when Liam was in kindergarten.
This was a couple of years ago, yeah.
Yeah. He's in 3rd grade this year. So when he was in kindergarten, his grandparents took him to Disney World for the first time. And he got to participate in Jedi training. When he got to have a lightsaber duel with Kylo Ren and got a robe and a lightsaber and all that. And
wow.
Ray and I had a conversation about how I was a little I appreciated it, but it kind of put a wrench in my plans because I had a target of, I first saw A New Hope in the 3rd grade. That was when I saw it. So I was like 9 years old, 3rd grade. He's going to be the right maturity to sit down and watch the original trilogy
Mhm.
because I've already told him I don't care what anyone has to say. We're watching these fucking things in release order. That is happening.
And that was part of why he wanted to have the discussion, because it was like, you know, and I agreed, because I first saw, and I saw them out of order. I saw Empire first, but I was 8. I was like 8 years old when my grandma first showed me that on NBC. So it was like, yeah, around 8 or 9 is around the target age, and yes, release order. Show them in the order that you saw them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not only that, I grabbed this. This is special. This 10 box came from Best Buy around 2003, 2004.
Mm-hmm. And why is it special?
Because
Yep.
these are the one and only time that the original theatrical versions of the films were released on DVD.
Yeah.
Translation.
No special edition. No special edition.
Translation.
No, the special edition's in here.
Oh, it's okay. It is.
It was a 2-disc release.
Oh, that's
You had
right.
it.
Both.
It had the
Yeah.
special edition.
I had those too. I think my mom has those.
So when Liam watches it, as far as he is concerned, Han shot first.
Han shot first. I have because this. Oh, I love it. I also have the riff tracks of the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Well,
but this box set. So Liam is going to experience the way the films were seen in 1977, 1980, and 1983.
And for me, for me, I know the Greedo shooting first thing is a big deal, but for me, the bigger deal is he will hear the Jason Wingreen Boba voice, not the Tamara. And I love Tamara Morrison. I have all manner of respect for Tamara Morrison, but the Jason Wingreen, what if he doesn't survive? He's worth a lot to me. He's going to hear that.
And he's also going to see Sebastian Shaw as Anakin
Yes.
at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Okay. Yeah, no editing that one. Yeah.
Now, will he eventually see the special editions? Yes, because I have them on 4K. And eventually, and I've got the entire, because when the Skywalker Saga 4K box set came out, I got it. And I got Solo, and I've got Rogue One, and we'll watch Clone Wars, and we'll watch Rebels, and we'll watch all of it. But my boy turns 9 this year.
Oh man!
And we're gonna watch him the way God intended.
Oh
Yes.
Man, that's
the
awesome.
way the Force intended.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
So I am so ready for this year because it's like he is ready. And
man.
And
That's so cool.
you gotta understand, as a nerd, like there are these father-son moments that
Yes.
happen.
Yes,
Oh,
I can
God,
understand
yes.
that. Yes.
And the fact that because I'm sorry, like I a few years ago I was curious, so I looked it up on like Amazon or eBay. This alone was going for over $300.
Wow.
Because there is no other release of the theatrical version outside of VHS except for this one release in like 2003.
And correct me if I'm wrong. This is the theatrical that does not say Episode 4 at the beginning.
It just says Star Wars,
right? As a period.
Oh wow!
Right, that as it was originally released on May 25th,
damn.
1977. So,
I've never seen that.
This is what I grew up on, and then Best Buy. They only sold them individually. Best Buy was the only one that did this 10 box set where you would get all 3 movies at one time. So you better believe it's like,
well,
this is precious.
And Scott and I have talked about this because the one thing, like, we're both collectors of this, but the one thing that we don't align on is he'll own multiple copies of the same movie.
Oh yeah,
I won't, which is why I've refrained from like buying any of those box sets because they've made too many of them.
I
many.
have gotten rid of some of my box sets, but I own this box set that's on DVD. I've got the Blu-ray box set that had the episodes 1 through 6, and then I got the 4K box set that's got episodes 1 through 9.
Mm-hmm. Do you have Empire? Which one of them has Empire of Dreams?
I think Empire of Dreams was on the original DVD box set, but I think they also didn't
they put it in the Blu-ray. They put it in one of the Blu-ray sets.
That's the only reason I got rid of that box set, was because all of the goodies from that box set made it on the Blu-ray box set.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but it's
Nice,
they are so far past. They're like, I can't even think of the numerical prefix for it. Like canonical dip or whatever. They've done 9 or 10 different fucking sets for Star Wars, like for like each of the trilogies. And it's like, I'm just waiting for which one I'm gonna get. Because
the first one I ever owned was pre-special edition, but the THX remasters.
Oh, I remember I think we even had those too. Yes.
Yeah, that was my very first not recorded off of an NBC TV thing. Was the THX remasters of Star Wars Empire, and because that was the last time they were released before the special editions came out.
Because before Casey was born, NBC showed the hell out of these movies. That was the first time
Empire
I
would
saw
show
them.
on Saturday, and Return of the Jedi would show on Sunday.
NBC used to show them all the damn time. So much.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way it was.
But
Back
Ray,
in our day. That's awesome, dude.
But it's happening.
It's happening this
man.
year. Okay, here we go.
Because
pretty
he's
awesome.
still, because you know what, Declan, because you know Declan turned 6 on Tuesday. Actually, I should be in bed by now because it's his fucking birthday party today. And
Happy birthday.
but Declan has come up to me as a 6, and I may let him sit in. You know, he might be a little early, but I might let him like sit in. But Declan's gone, I like Darth Vader. He's my favorite. He's so cool. And I'm like,
nice.
Nice.
And he told me that he
in
wanted a new lightsaber and he wanted a red one.
See, you got a little Sith going there. All right.
You might have a Jedi and a Sith within your little group there, man.
And then I'll have Callum there. It's like, are you? He might be a gray Jedi. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was about to say. I'm like, he's going to be the balance, right?
He'll be so like each of them will like a trilogy. So like Callum will be the one that likes the sequel trilogy. He'll dig Rise of Skywalker and the Last Jedi. And
you know what? I am not. And that's the things that I am not. And I told this to Ray. I am going to be. As far as my influence is just going to be, is like when he watches them for the first time, it's going to be the original versions of the film. Whatever movies he ends up enjoying after that is my mouth is going to be shut. It is not going to be my job to tell him what to like. I'm just going to make sure the first time he sees them are going to be the original versions.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, we'll watch the special editions at some point, I'm sure.
And point out the differences.
And knowing Liam, he'll spot the differences all on his own. He's that kid.
Good.
Oh, okay.
I like
that kid.
Like that.
But then it's going to be, but I got to make sure that he doesn't, they still don't know about Darth. They don't know.
Wow.
Yes.
And I'm going to keep it that way.
Oh man, that's going to be like when that plot twist happens. You're going to be like,
you
better be like, you know me, Dave. I'm going to be like, okay, watching your kid,
dude. I'm telling you, when my grandma first showed me that movie, and he says that in Empire, like as a kid, I was like it blew. I was like, what?
You thought he was lying.
I did think he was lying, and I literally, and it to me, it felt like it took like a year and a half before I could see Return of the Jedi, because for whatever fucking reason, we had A New Hope and Empire on VHS at home. We didn't have Return of the Jedi, and you got to remember, this is 1980. This is like 1988, 89. So there's no, oh, just click on it. There's no streaming. There's no easy. It's either you had it on There wasn't even cable. Like we had cable. Like cable was a new thing. Cable was a new thing in Detroit back then. So it wasn't even being shown on HBO or Cinemax or Showtime for like another couple of years. So the only way that I was going to see that fucking movie,
It wasn't on any of those networks, to be honest. I think it was only on cable TV, to be honest. I don't think HBO, Showtime, or anybody had the rights to Star Wars.
Showtime got them a couple of years later, and
Did
that was when my dad finally recorded Return of the Jedi.
Oh, wow.
Because I harassed them so much. I'm like, why don't we have Return of the Jedi? And he finally taped it. But at that time, either we were going to rent it from Blockbuster or we were going to borrow it from somebody. And my sister, her friend, had a birthday party, and their neighbor, who lived like across the street or whatever from them, had a huge tape collection. Borrowed it from him while all the girls are playing, doing whatever at the basement. I'm sitting on the first floor of her friend's house watching Return of the Jedi, and it wasn't until Yoda said, "Your father he is," that I went, "Oh God, it's true." Oh my God, it's true. Yeah. Because you're right. I totally thought he was lying the whole time, and it was crazy.
The funny thing for me though is at this point, I haven't even gone back and watched, because I think the Blu-ray was the first time they went back and they removed Puppet Yoda from Phantom Menace and put in CG Yoda. Yep. I still have never watched that. Like, I don't know what CG Yoda looks like in the Phantom Menace. I've only ever seen Puppet Yoda.
Puppet Yoda, yeah.
Because here's the weird thing. I buy all this stuff, and it's not like I necessarily watch. It's Star Wars. It's like, why do I need to watch it? I have it like burned in my.
But you want to own it. You want to
own it. Yes.
Oh yeah.
So
totally.
like the Blu-ray box set, I think it still even has the shrink wrap around it.
Yeah.
The only reason the 4K box set is open was because I wanted to redeem the codes.
Right. Well, because you don't need it to tell you what's in the movie. You've seen the movie how many times?
But you just want to own that thing.
Right.
You know, that's the thing. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. Dude, like I don't need to. If I never watch the original trilogy for the rest of my days, I'll still quote it verbatim by sound effects.
Because you've seen it so many times.
So many fucking times.
I can still tell you, like,
look, we're gonna have company. Yeah.
The first time Darth Vader shows up, and he's like, like he's got his hands on his hips, and he does like the bend over and look at all the dead rebels. And then
where are those transmissions you've intercepted? What have you done with those plans? We intercepted no transmission. It's a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission. This is a consular ship. Where
is the ambassador?
Yeah, that's. Yes.
You are a traitor. You're a member of you're a traitor of the Empire and the rebel, a member of the Rebel Alliance. Take her away.
You're a part of the rebel. You've seen the? Of course, we've all seen the
James Earl Jones voice.
The David Prowse. You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her.
Oh man, it's you just go like, I can't take that seriously. I'm so glad they brought in James Earl Jones.
And it's no disrespect to David Prowse.
No, not at all. He did a great job.
Right, he did a fantastic job in the suit, but yeah, that voice
didn't work.
Doesn't work.
Does not work.
Doesn't work.
I mean, if when you watch that, you go, "Holy shit!"
The other one that flips me out, Peter Mayhew, who he also rests in peace.
Yeah.
You see the one? Remember the scene where like, where Kenobi goes to deal with the tractor beam and Chewie is like making a noise, and Han's like, "Boy, you said it, Chewie. Where did you dig up that old fossil?" The actual audio of Peter Mayhew, what he actually said was, "That old man's mad," and you just see Chewie going, "That old man's mad."
Oh,
boy, you said it, Chewie, and it was like,
creepy.
okay, don't do that.
Yeah. I want to hear. Yeah, you know, yeah.
Right.
I can't. Oh, no way.
Right.
Tell your
But
sister you were right about me. Tell your sister you were right.
but you know, ultimately, I feel like I can only speak for myself, but maybe Scott agrees. But like when it comes to Star Wars, the strike zone just is not small. It's a wide strike zone. So when it comes to the Disney Plus stuff, I'm gonna have
They're killing it with
I'm
the
gonna have a
Disney
whole
Plus.
lot less to complain about. I saw people like they would. One of the regurgitators was like, the season finale of the Book of Boba Fett has like the lowest ratings, the lowest critics ratings of like any season
Who
finale,
cares?
and I'm like, and so what? I don't give a fuck.
Who cares?
Not at all.
If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. It's
Right.
But that Obi-Wan series, the fact that if you weren't going to do May the 4th, the fact that you picked May 25th.
The
yeah,
only
45
other
years.
the
45
the
years.
only other possibly acceptable date in May that falls because it's
I think on May the 4th, they're going to be doing something special. We're going to get a fucking big, huge trailer, maybe more trailers for future stuff. They're going to have an event on May the 4th. That's why I think they were like, no, let's push it. And this is like the 45-year anniversary of the first Star Wars. I think they I think they planned it pretty right. I know a lot of people are thinking like, oh yeah, it'd be perfect set, but it's like, yeah, but they're probably gonna have like some kind of thing where they're gonna release trailers and stuff.
And the best part, and if we're being smart here, okay, I'm going to confirm. I know what it's around, but I want to make sure. I want to see how close is it. Okay, so May 25th is on a Wednesday.
Yep,
and it's right before Memorial Day weekend in the United
that all
States.
works too. See, it's all about the marketing, man.
Mm-hmm.
All about the marketing. It's all about the marketing. You have the anniversary and you have a holiday. Come on,
right. Well, and
yeah.
and I like what I've
but don't tell me that May the 4th is not going to have some crazy shit. That's
of course it's going to have.
Oh, they're going to
do.
They're going to do something. Of course they are.
Fuck
They're going to do something. But it's like for all the because there's definitely that sentiment of people that are like Disney's ruining Star Wars, and I'm like, you got to understand when it comes to the marketing, there is no better brand builder on the planet.
That's
Disney
true.
is they are the best brand builders on planet Earth. They have so much of this planet believing that they're like, on the level of Amazon and Facebook and Google, and they're not. But people believe that they are because that's how fucking effective they are at everything they do with respect to marketing. So Star Wars is going to be marketed. I mean, they're even marketing like Rotten Tomatoes be damned. They're like the finale of Book of Boba Fett is up. Like they're just pushing forward. And yeah, they're going to put you in a position where, Casey, I don't know if you're going to go back and watch the first 4 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett, but good thing you watched the last 3 because now you're not going to be lost when you see him in that starfighter with Grogu at the beginning of season 3 of Mando. You're not going to be lost.
It felt, what it felt like, and here's another thing that happened this week. Hearing that all the Marvel Netflix shows are actually leaving Netflix. It felt like it's kind of like how I always treat The Defenders. Is basically Daredevil season 2.5. If you didn't watch The Defenders, you were lost as shit when Daredevil season 3 happened.
Daredevil was the show that was most between season 2 and 3. Defenders did the most for Daredevil than the other 3 shows by far, because the other 3 shows were like, okay, they just started wherever they wanted and did totally different things, which is fine. But yeah, he's right. There was a lot of shit that happened, especially with Elektra.
With Elektra,
with
and you had to see the end of because Daredevil season 3 picked up right where Defenders left off.
Yeah,
definitely did. Yeah,
right.
It was like a cliffhanger thing.
Yeah. So if you skipped it, then it was kind of the homework problem there for a bit as well. Where did he go?
I don't know.
I don't know where he went.
A family emergency.
That was a very quick note. Like
okay, I gotta go. Baby.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna wrap this up anyway. So go ahead, Scott. Go ahead and send your stuff off.
course, I'm at Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, wherever podcast can be found, where you can listen to our interview with Dr. Travis Langston talking about Batman and psychology. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network shows at squadcastmedia.com. And of course, join us every Sunday night at 7 Pacific, 9 Central as we talk Batman, the Animated Stream here on the Film Junkie channel. This week's episode is The Strange Secret of Bruce Wayne, our introduction to Dr. Hugo Strange. Everyone, have a wonderful evening, and I will see you on Sunday.
All right.
All right.
Take it easy, Scott. He's a pro.
Yeah, nicely done.
Such a pro.
Yes.
Such a pro. Yeah, but I thought I was like, all right, we're going to wrap this up anyway. So I was like, but I mean, I don't know if anybody has anything else to say. I mean, like when it comes to me with the finale of Boba Fett, I was like, I found myself going, all right, this is good. But I almost thought that with the previous episodes, I went, are people going to be disappointed with this because they were like, oh, who's going to show up? Is Leia going to show up? Is Han going to show up? I know I saw a lot of that because of all And I thought like, man, and I'm like, the whole time I was like, please don't let that happen. Please don't let that happen. And then when it came to like the big surprise, which is, was essentially the Rancor, was like, and Boba Fett riding him and fucking like, all right, I'm going to use these to fuck up these droids. I went, that's cool. This is cool. Yeah. I'm enjoying this right here. Yeah, there's certain things when it came to the gunfight where I went, and yeah, I don't need to talk about the spin move anymore. But what we were talking about when it came to Mondo and Boba Fett, doing their thing, I was like, oh, that's cool. That's why I even used it in my thumbnail. I was like, I love the fact that Boba Fett and Mondo were like, doing their thing and just shooting, and even getting hit. That was cool. It was like they were getting hit in their armor and they were like getting like worn down. It was almost like a video game kind of thing where it's like, oh shit, losing life kind of thing. So I it's funny too, because even though when the whole spin move was a controversy, and I even commented about it because I thought it's a little bit of misfire for me because, I've watched Desperado is one of my all-time favorite action movies. And I'm like, Rodriguez has always done good when it comes to this stuff. And even like John Woo, like anytime he does a spin move, there's a necessity where either is like pulling out a gun or something like that. And it just felt like it was a misfire for me. And so but man, I tell you what, I got so much not so much, but I got a little bit of pushback. And I just went like, I'm just making fun of this part. I enjoyed the episode. I'm just making fun of this part. It's okay. I'm just like commenting about this part. That's all.
It was, I saw people, and I saw Rob's tweet. Because that's the way.
I quote tweeted that, but at the same time, he was just going, "What's happening here?" That's all he said, and he got blasted. I'm like,
well, there was, but if you saw, and I read a little bit of it, a lot of that turned it into, well, your screen rant, fuck you. They turned it into that. So and that's how that happens.
Yeah, that's usually what happens
with that kind of stuff. But I'm with you in terms of like, I saw people expecting like what other kind of cameos were going to show, and I got nervous because the poster that came out, I got the poster that came out after episode 6 had Luke and Ahsoka on it, and I'm like, I don't want them in the finale. Don't put them in the that's too big. You're getting too big. So
I wanted to see what was happening with Boba Fett in this, and I got that, and I was pleased by that. Yeah.
Right, but it did the finale did a better job of merging everybody that was brought in episodes 5 and 6 into Boba's story. So I'm with you, Casey. If they had done that over the course of all 7 episodes, I think it would have been a better structure. I'm not sure how they could have pulled that off. But yeah, it's clunky when your first 4 episodes are all about Boba, and then your 5th episode is about Mando, and then your 6th episode is really about Grogu's training, and then your 7th episode is back to Boba. That's clunky.
And Bane. Like, Cad Bane also gets introduced at the end.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Guys in the next episode. Like, come on. It was a cool character.
And to that, see, and the funny thing about that is that was how I felt about like Cobb Vanth, because I was totally convinced that he was still alive after the 6th episode.
Yeah, me too.
And then going into when they started confirming like, oh, they shot him down in cold blood. I'm like, he's dead? Really? Damn it! And then the post credit scene happens.
And it's like, no, he's not dead.
The great thing about the post credit scene is like they gave you a double bait and switch because he told Chrysanthemum, which by the way he was a badass. You know, when he just shows up, when they're all on him, and I'm like, oh crap, he might be done. But then, like, you see 3 or 4 of the pikes get thrown down the alley. I'm like, oh, he's still alive. All right, and he's limping, man. Like, and he's just like, when this is over, I'll give you personal use of my back to take. Okay, cool. So when Fennec suggests that Boba gets in it later after it's all over, and he's like, it's being used, you're thinking it's him. But then you see him later, and you're like, okay, who the fuck's in the back to tank? And then when you find out later, it's Cobb Vanth. And not only that, my boy Thundercat shows up again as the machinist because he's totally going to save Cobb Vanth the same way that he saved Fennec. Awesome. Cobb Vanth is alive. That's great. And I guess people are saying that with Cad Bane, and I even thought this, the beeping and the light on his...
He's still alive.
Yeah, he's
not going to... We haven't seen the last of him.
Yeah. He's not dead, and I highly doubt. Like, I know Rodriguez directed this episode, but Filoni directed a couple as well. Dave Filoni's not leaving Cat. He's not taking Cad Bane off the table.
Nah.
He's bringing that dude.
That's what I thought too. When they kind of zeroed in on that, I was like, all right, now he's not. No, I mean, there's gonna be more of these characters that specifically, and that makes sense.
About that X-wing flying in the beginning, like they were kind of setting it up like it was gonna be Luke who was coming in.
Yeah, totally.
I was like, oh shit, we're already getting Luke. But then it's like, oh, Grogu.
Yeah, okay. that worried me a bit. I was like, no, not Luke. You know. But then and I love Luke. It's just that I wanted to go back to Boba's story. And that's the thing. Like what Scott was saying about like the Mando parts of the last 3 episodes, because Grogu in his development and even listen, Grogu had some cool moments.
Yeah,
right? He took out one of the bolts from the droid's leg. That was cool. And then when he's the one that calms the Rancor down and is just like, all right, we're taking a nap now. Like, yes, that was cool.
But because the Rancor, like, he started like turning against. I mean, that was a little kind of twist too. It was like he started turning against the good guys, and we were like, oh shit.
Right.
Yeah. But he was like, all right, let me do my Jedi magic to like bring him down. Yeah.
And so now you're in a situation where, you know, as the episode ends, it's like, okay, Grogu and Mando are back together, and it's like, all right, that serves development for the rest for season 3 of The Mandalorian. Yeah. So and I guarantee I can't wait to see somebody. Because again, you're fortunate, Casey. You watched the last 3 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett. Somebody didn't. Somebody skipped the whole show and is going to have straight what the fuck in their brains when they watch the season 3 premiere. They're going to be like, where did he get a fucking Naboo starfighter? How did Grogu show up? And what is that chainmail shirt that he's wearing? There's so many questions. And yeah, so that's you're lucky. You're lucky that you caught it at that point. But yeah, man, it's Star Wars. It's fun. I
fucking Star Wars. It's fucking Star Wars. What can we do? Anyways, yeah, I know. Yeah, the conversations we're gonna have after Rebel Moon starts kicking in the gear. Man, we're gonna get our new Star Wars.
And about that, just real quick. Nobody. I mean, yes, we're all happy. We're all excited. I saw in the last like couple of months people that were like legitimately concerned that Ray Fisher wasn't going to be cast in that movie. To me, it was a foregone conclusion. He was always going to be cast in that movie.
Oh yeah, I think Zach was like, you know what, dude? I mean, how much he praised Ray for Justice League, and with the bullshit that happened with Warner Brothers, it was like, I mean, I think we all just kind of were like, yeah, we all want this to happen. Hopefully it does. And sure enough, it was like, you know, Zach was just like, oh, of course. Why wouldn't I? This man, like, fucking, my Justice League movie that was 4 fucking hours, he was the heart. He was probably gave one of the best performances. He did give the best performance of the entire cast, the initial cast of that movie. I mean, Yeah, there's no way that he wasn't going to do that. And mixed with the bullshit, he was like, and Ray like kind of putting his career on the line for taking a stance of like against what was happening. Zach was like, yeah, I got you, dude. And the fact that he's going to play a character called Blood Axe, I'm like, oh, we're going to get a badass Ray. I like, this is going to be a different Ray that we didn't see before. He's going to be like a bad fucking ass.
Well, and yeah, say what?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I had no doubts in my mind that he was going to be in this movie. It was just going to be a question of who he was going to play, and with respect to like the future of his career, here it is. No.
I don't know. I'm just saying blah, blah, blah to people who thought his career was over. I fucking hated seeing that. I'm like, this guy, I mean, Women of the Movement, I haven't watched it yet and now I'm going to reactivate my Hulu. I'm going to catch up on it. And people are praising what he's doing on that. And I hope that people within the fandom are supporting that. I don't really see too much of that when it comes to certain side of the fandom, but I'm like, you know what? Praise that, support Ray. I mean, if you're going to support Ray, support everything that he does, man.
Yes.
Come on.
Right.
Jeez.
But this is going to be, especially because this is not the first. I mean, this isn't the last time Zach's going to bring him in.
Nope.
And not only that, you bring him in on Netflix, like for a Netflix film, for however big this movie is going to be. And all of a sudden you're in a position where it's like, okay, now he's going to end up building like a cachet, like a filmography.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case where other directors are going to be like, "Oh, okay, let's take note here." Not that he may not go back to Warner Brothers, but I mean, there's still Paramount, there's still Disney, there's Netflix, there's so many others where
I mean,
it's like this.
Ray showed his chops in Justice League. He's showing his chops everywhere. I mean, like, and now he's gonna. I mean, the fact that like again, his character is Blood Axe, so he's gonna show a different side of him too, where it's like, all right, we're gonna see like a Ray who's gonna be just a full-on badass. And it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's gonna have something else to put on the resume for other, directors, studios to see, where it's like, oh, this guy's the shit. Like he has range. He has range.
And I still, as much as I enjoy Star Wars as a franchise, I am going to be paying attention to see how many people watch Rebel Moon and without even thinking, maybe they don't have a Zack Snyder bias, or maybe they forget about their Zack Snyder bias. If they watch that movie and go, "This is what the sequel trilogy should have been," that'll be perfect. That'll be perfect.
Oh, I'm sure there's going to be some conversation.
Because I think that's definitely going to come, because like Dave also said before, that some of that sequel trilogy artwork and stuff was actually gonna be in his movie that he pitched. So there are certain aircrafts and all that, vehicles that were in that concept art. So I think some of that will be used in Rebel Moon now, and obviously we will compare.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of comparison, and there'll be a lot of people going like, "He's ripping off Star Wars." I'm like, and then a lot of us will be like, "He's making it better a little better." I'm just saying, he's making it better. That's what's going to be the case. But you know what? I think it's a good place to end. We talked about a lot of the topics right now, and this is a 4-hour stream, and yeah, man, this has been great. Thank you to, of course, Scott for joining, and we'll go around the horn. Go ahead, Mr. KC and Jeed.
Yeah, you can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, mainly Twitter. And you can follow me at The Real Talk Live on all social media again.
There you go. All right, Ray.
I am on Twitter at The Flightcast, and I also have my weekly show podcast, The Flightcast, which is available at theflightcast.com, which this week's show will be talking about a lot of the stuff that we just talked about, with especially that DC Sizzle Reel, because holy shit, it's still amazing. And of course, still over at Squadcast Media, co-hosting Fans Without Borders, and also the welcome return of DCTV Squadcast, which is back to a weekly format. I did not get a chance to tell Scott this before he left, but this week's episode will be my catch-up of Young Justice Phantoms, because that's what I'm currently binging right now. And then, of course, for next week, after the Peacemaker season finale, he and I will figure that out, because we definitely have to talk about Peacemaker and about Superman and Lois afterwards. So that won't be this upcoming episode, but that'll probably be the next episode after that. We'll have a lot to catch up on that, because everybody's loving that show. Well, just about everybody is loving Peacemaker for sure. But yeah, that's what I've got going on.
Episode, Jesus Christ, oof, crazy, and people wanted me to play your
Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love that.
Yeah, I should have played it when you showed up.
From arguably the most underrated Ghostbusters movie.
Yes, exactly.
Of all time.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. We'll have to do something where we just like watch that, because I love that movie too, even though like it scared me as a kid. But when I rewatch it as an adult, I'm like, God damn it, I still love this movie. I mean, the toaster, come on.
Oh God, yes.
All the stuff. I mean, just the way that they crafted that movie after the opening when Ray and Winston have to go to that party. Oh, I wanted He-Man, or something like that. It's just shit like that. It's just
Yes.
and then they're trying to do their thing and just like, hey, and it don't look good. Hey, it's like it's
Right.
such a
Right, and that's where you first see the bookstore.
Yes.
And also the Bankman show. The show that he had, the World of the Psychics.
Yes, there's just so much there, and people are wondering if Afterlife was going to ignore it. No, they did not. Absolutely not. Which I love the fact that they did not. Which is great. Anyways, guys, yes, this has been another great vodka stream. Thank you to Scott for joining, and thank you to everybody here. Of course, Najid, Casey, Ray, everybody. This has been a great conversation as per usual. Make sure you smash that like, thumbs up. Make sure you hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. If you want to become a member, hit the join button. Or if you want to join the Patreon, it is, of course, down below, as well as the Film Junkie Closet. And, again, great end of the week. So much to talk about. And, hey, guys, we all love this shit. Let's relax when it comes to certain things. We're all going to be okay. Okay?
It's all subjective.
It's all that too. All subjective. And hey, if you like what you like, that's cool. We don't have to always fight. But I know we always like to get into it sometimes. I know I did today. Anyways, goodbye, guys.